This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a liminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to glean and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 255. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we are trying something new. This is a SJ exclusive experimental experience. Hopefully everybody can hear us all right. We're working out
this is our long delayed pivot to YouTube. This is our longest, to video vodcasting,
right,
as it were.
Right. Yeah, so hopefully, if we... Oh, no voice audio for Dimitri. Hold on one second. Yeah, you can alert them that...
I guess Dimitri seems to have lost voice audio, so this is going great so far.
Let's see. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do.
He says he's going to do something that's going to fix it.
It's kind of annoying.
Anyway, I'll just talk about this. Hopefully you'll figure it out in a second. But yeah, so, I don't imagine that... too many people listening to this episode will be unfamiliar with SJ, but in case you are, this is the 255th episode of our podcast.
Yes, it is.
Can
anyone hear me in the chat? I do not know why. It would not be. This is bizarre. I have GarageBand.
Do you have it in OBS? As your set, is there some kind of?
I could do it direct. I could plug directly.
I think that it might be because if you're streaming your Zoom video or something, it may not record you because there's no monitoring on Zoom or something like that.
Yeah, that might be the case. We'll find out. You know what? How about this? Can people hear me now? Let's see. Yeah, how about this? Can people hear me now? I assume, yeah. It looks like I can. Yeah. Okay, from Garage. I'm plugging from GarageBand, so I think that should work.
Is that true?
Yeah. I'm seeing.
I forgot.
I
can hear Dimitri, so I'm not realizing that if anyone it's kind of kind of weird me just listening to you.
Doxastello says it's perfect now. He
can
totally
nice.
Hear us.
All right. Okay,
we're
we got
in.
it.
All right.
So,
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 255.
That.
I'm your co-host Dimitri. As I said,
but
my mic was off. All right. So now we are here. Yeah. See, live radio, teleprompter for you folks. We are live on YouTube today for the first time on public.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that a test? Yeah, the teleprompter free. Yeah, we're riding by the seat of our pants, and we're
this is the old days. It's the great wilderness. Very appropriately for the topic of the episode, actually.
I would agree.
It's I'm having flashbacks now to just starting out and recording on Audacity and all the problems that we had and figuring everything out. But I'm getting nostalgic. But it's a big. We're doing exciting things here at SJ. We're trying to, build out into new spaces. Like I said, probably everyone who's listening to this is familiar with SJ, but in case anyone isn't, we have a whole podcast. It's about a bunch of different things. Ontological ops, occult history, deep politics. Those are the three things we usually say. Esoterica, I guess you could say.
Absolutely.
And for this episode, like since it's the first one that we're like doing live, like we've done like live Q&As before. This is our first like kind of like live SJ episode. For this one, we wanted to do a topic that I feel like was like quintessentially SJ. In a way, like it's in a certain like category that we've explored like in the past, but I also feel like it touches on like topics that, like every topic that every sort of undercurrent that is like core to the SJ vibe.
This is really on the bleeding edge of the topics that we cover. And I remember being almost a little bit nervous or like reticent, in regards to like, how is this going to be accepted? Because I think, our first Bigfoot 1, which anybody can find, I think under our cryptid UFO Jinn collection on patreon.com/liminal. It is a free episode.
I think on SoundCloud you can hear it. Yeah.
If you can manage to find it on SoundCloud, but I think the link
you should listen to that before this, because like we're gonna assume knowledge of Bigfoot 1 generally. I think
there's some ontological priors that are laid down in Bigfoot 1 that I think are very crucial, really for the whole show overall. But
and there's a lot of what's one of my favorite all-time episodes, I guess. And there's like some like history and stuff that I feel like we'll be launching off of. Like we're not going to go so deep in like Tom Slick and stuff as we did on that episode, even though we might kind of pick up on some loose ends from Bigfoot 1. But anyway,
but I thought because I think our first 30 odd episodes, we covered a variety of topics, but a lot of as Chomsky would say, serious subjects in the parapolitical sphere, about money laundering, drug running, child abuse networks, Satanists in the United States Army, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, I remember a time not that long ago when, before the great collapsing of sort of conspiracy ontology that we live in today, where if you were interested in kind of one sector of quote unquote conspiracy theories, you felt a need to be careful to not jumble together maybe subjects from this field, the field of things like Bigfoot and cryptozoology, because that always had this kind of like funny, goofy cast to it of like not serious at all, right? And one thing I appreciate about you, Khalid, and your passion about this subject of cryptids, is that you were not afraid to apply your intellectual skills and rigor to this topic, despite the vast majority of people, and certainly probably the majority of academics, finding it deeply unserious.
I mean, you're kind of making it sound like I go out to the woods and I'm looking for like samples or whatever. But what I think you're actually saying is that like our approach to the topic of Bigfoot like deals with like the sort of like the political history of like the concept of like the wild man, and how like important this has been like in the political history of the United States, in the like in its interaction with like the Soviet Union and with Asia more broadly, like geopolitically, in the sort of cultural complex around like the wild man and Bigfoot, and also like what actually the meaning of this phenomenon is. There's lots of like things that can come under that heading. And I think like what are people in fact experiencing? That's an interesting topic, but also like even the notion of the notion that like, especially like something that we talked about a lot in the last Bigfoot episode, again, like Bigfoot, it's not a thing unto itself. Bigfoot's named for like the North American like ape man, but also like, you have the Yeti, which we talked about a lot in the past. And like the idea of in Bigfoot 1, and the idea of the Yeti like was incredibly like mobilizing for like US intelligence, and also like its connections with like the like the sort of university military intelligence complex, like in the aftermath of World War II, and like prior to that, like I learned a lot of interesting stuff about that for this episode, and I feel like that is a very interesting element, and how like this all weaves together. Like I said, it brings together like every SJ undercurrent in a lot of ways.
Right.
Yeah.
And the hard problem of liminality and kind of hiddenness, it really comes up in the Bigfoot story because, and you could apply this kind of rubric to other things that, are unrelated, but maybe a little related, like UFOs, like this this conversation that we've had a lot about, well, what even are they? Right? Like, is this like a corporeal thing? Are these like living things the way we are? Or is this
that's something that we should definitely like get at. I think that's something where like we can just like, I think most SJ fans will know that like we don't believe in Bigfoot as like a biological animal that like lives in the woods.
Yeah, I would say not.
Like,
I would say not.
I don't. So yeah, we think I think there's a couple of different explanations. Well, really, we're, as again, people know, like we're hard advocates of Jinn theory.
Right.
The Jinn theory is necessary to explain like all these paranormal phenomena. That's like, the main stance on Bigfoot, insofar as like these things can't be explained. Insofar as there are things that like can't fall in the category of like misidentifications of bears or like other kind of like weird type of things. There's a couple like sort of anomalous like Bigfoot like cases that I wanted to talk about like this time that I kind of like curated. I guess we committed that the first thing we were going to talk about was that this is not one of those things that I just mentioned, but we were like, because even after we had decided to do this episode, there was a little bit of like Bigfoot in the news, which was like kind of interesting. And like, it kind of like, I mean, I don't know if like people heard about this, but like, it was like a thing. It was like a small scale scandal that definitely like rose to people's awareness on some level.
I'm looking at the article right now on pillarcatholic.com. And this is from the Archdiocese of Denver. The headline is Yeti Blood Oath Divides Denver Seminary. Quote, a well-intended moment. It clearly went badly wrong and never should have happened, from July 15th of this year, just a few weeks ago. And so I think there's some note in this article about conflicts of interest. I don't know what that's all about. But maybe I'll just read a little bit of it just to situate us. Give us a little update since Bigfoot won.
Yeah.
Clergy in the Archdiocese of Denver are divided over the handling of a controversial, quote, blood oath ceremony involving a vice rector and seminarians during a ski trip last year. A group of seminarians studying at Denver's St. John Vianney Theological Seminary were taken on the trip in January 2024 by then vice rector of the seminary, Father John Nepple, during which they were woken in the middle of the night and invited individually to swear a, quote, blood oath in a ceremony involving a dagger and a man in a Yeti costume. During the bizarre ceremony, video of which was sent to the pillar by multiple sources in the Archdiocese, seminarians were told to scream as if in pain before returning with a bloodied cloth wrapped around their hand and their mouths taped shut to a room where others waited for their turn to be brought in. The Archdiocese of Denver, in a statement to the pillar, characterized the event as a, quote, farce, and said that it was, however, part of a deeply imprudent and inappropriate prank, and that a full investigation had been completed. The individual responsible has since been removed from his seminary leadership role and has recommitted to his ongoing personal and spiritual formation, the Archdiocese said. The fallout of the event has divided students, faculty, and clergy in the diocese, with videos and images of the event circulating for several months. Father Nepple told the pillar he had, quote, acknowledged his imprudence, apologized to the archbishop and the seminarians involved, and said that while the event was intended as a prank, he took responsibility for what had happened. While some in Denver have characterized the affair as unacceptable hijinks or imprudence, others consider the ritual spiritually troubling and deeply problematic, with video footage being forwarded to the Apostolic Nunciature in Washington, and some dioceses considering whether to withdraw students from study at the Denver Seminary in the wake of the events. Further division has been caused by what some local clergy call a contradictory and confused handling of the issue by the Archdiocese. Following an archdiocese archdiocesan, I forget how to say that.
Diocesan? I don't know.
Archdiocesan investigation last year.
I made that up. I made that pronunciation up. But,
like I can't remember from Catholic school how you say that. So the seminary rector was also removed from his position and replaced midway throughout the academic year. So yeah, then they recap again. There's pictures here of the Yeti costume. That's a white bearded kind of Bigfoot. So each seminarian was called in. There's a person in a Yeti costume. Each seminarian was then invited to sit at a table on which there was a dagger and what appeared to be blood and a dollar bill on a piece of paper. In a video of the ritual seen by the pillar, the seminarian is asked if he, quote, has any ideas what's going to happen, to which the seminarian responds, no. You're about to enter into a sacred tradition, he is told. Are you ready for it? The seminarian is also informed that people who come up here, and not everyone makes it, enter into the tradition. The way it works, the only way you can enter into this family is you got to make a blood oath, he is told in the video, while it is explained that the group started with another seminarian whom they knew, quote, would have the balls to go through with the initiation. We're hoping you have them too. If you enter into this family, there's no going back. Now it's not pretty, as you can see, the seminarian is told, seated in front of this bloody surface and knife. But if there is enough courage in there, we can get through it. At that point, the seminarian nods his assent, and Father Nepple can be seen leaning into the camera shot holding the dagger as the seminarian bears his left arm and places it on the table. This is going to hurt for a second. Ready? Father Nepple says before counting down from there, at which point a voice says, stop, there is another option. The seminarian is then told that, having already shown your bravery, the ritual
and is
can
it the
be...
Yeti saying this? I assume it must be.
A voice. So, I mean, there's the priest in there and there's the Yeti. So I guess, maybe the Yeti yells out, stop, there's another option.
Also, it's interesting that this was like distinctly like the Yeti. Like, it was not Bigfoot. I guess because it has white fur, like that's like the Yeti usually is white and Bigfoot's usually brown. So that's like how know it's the Yeti, even though it's in Colorado. So it's like,
this is in Sus Denver. It is high up in the mountains, so you could see them kind of going for a Yeti tradition. But still, that's not usually, you don't usually talk about Yetis in North America. That's kind of a more rare thing.
I feel like it's, but if it's white, it's got to be a Yeti, I guess, because like it's a snow. Yeti's like the abominable snowman, so.
That's true. Yeah. So I guess at the end, once they say there's another way, then they tell them that grizzly bear blood will be poured on their hand instead. And they ask them to make the most guttural scream you can possibly make to show commitment to this tradition for the benefit of the others waiting to be initiated. So then after he screams, Father Nepple and the Yeti shake the seminarian's hand, and he's told to go out there and make sure the other guys see you with the blood, but don't tell them what's going on. Wow. So other images show seminarians seated on a sofa with their mouths taped clothes. They are not publishing out of concern for their privacy.
Yeah, that kind of like bothered me. It's like, come on, the pillar. I guess they like fear calumny or whatever. They don't want to like stoke scandal. But
they're handling this delicately.
Show us the Yeti video, please.
Show us the full Yeti video. Release the files. We want to see it.
My favorite comment on this story was some guy who commented like simply abominable because like it like wasn't clear if that guy was just like an outraged Catholic, like because that is like a lot of the time like how like really really like people who are really into Catholicism online talk, but it also could be a pun.
A great pun.
But I was kind of like following the like discourse around it, and like it was interesting like how people defended it. Like, first of all, like there was a huge like backlash, obviously, and they actually brought in like an exorcist to like exorcise like the premises, just in case like any spiritual corruption was introduced by the Yeti ritual.
Wow.
And that in of itself was like seen as like kind of like almost like dignifying the Yeti ritual too much, but they're like, oh, we just want to show an abundance of caution, just to make sure there were no spiritual ramifications of anything happening. I mean, it was incredibly like, it seems incredibly imprudent like to do that in the context of like seminary. But like
when your business is a very specific set of rituals, like to go and do like a satanic blood oath Yeti ritual as like LOL, like I'm just doing, and then like also psyoping the seminarians into like thinking that this is real. I mean, maybe they thought it. I don't know what, like if it wasn't for the Yeti in the room, I like That just sounds like what the Ustaše did. Like they would take an oath on like a gun and a cross and like a knife and like swear to like uphold the Ustaše value. You know, so it's like, you know, there's bad precedents for this that are real.
It seems like a very
know?
like kind of like lazy like ritual, like just like you're just gonna like shed some blood, but also like but that in a way like it does kind of distill like the bare bones idea of like a hazing ritual. And like all like, you know, the components are like totally stripped down. It's completely like, you know, it's not elaborate at all. It's like straightforward. It's just like the brass tacks of like you have to shed your blood and scream, but also like the Yeti is here. And that to me is like kind of interesting. I mean, like, and that's like, that gets to my point about how people defended this, which was that like they were saying like, well, you know, mountain towns are weird. And it's like, like, or they said like this guy, you know, this is a Catholic man, the Yeti that is, he, you know, he is a Catholic man who like, you know, is very like, deeply committed, and he has always done these kind of pranks and rituals. It's like, what? Like, but it is like, you know, it is a thing like reading Bigfoot books, like, you know, in preparation for this episode, it did strike me like how often people's first encounter with Bigfoot was sort of, I mean, these seminarians, like obviously like they're older, you know, they're not young children, but a lot of them, it was like in a context of like being at camp and being kind of like told like campfire stories and like kind of psyoped by like counselors and stuff like that, you know, like kind of the leprechaun like chair tipping over trick. You know, that we talked about in a past episode. Apparently, you know, some people have a culture reference
low-key sus. Like summer camp like, is kind of low-key sus vibes. Sometimes.
Well, it is because it's like kind of this like coming of age, like sleepaway camp is like this kind of like coming of age ritual, and that's obviously what they were kind of like trying to do or get at. Like this is hazing, basically, right? And like a lot of like that, you know, idea of like sort of passage, you know, it's like the rites to passage and all this stuff, like the Van Gemel rites to passage, like you know, have this like, you know, idea of like going out to the wilderness and like all of the like human protocols and all, like even like the Catholic tradition, I guess, even like the sort of, you know, rites and procedures of Catholicism, like suspended in this, like, as you said, like the liminal space of the wilderness. And then like after you've passed through that liminality, like you're transformed, you know, in some way. And like the fact that like, I mean, like it is odd that like that is like being mixed in with like, you know, the like very like deeply traditional like protocols that Catholicism, like Catholic seminary training has around that. But like, you know, I mean, in a way, it's like telling that it is. And that's like definitely something like, you know, in a lot of these Bigfoot books, it's always like, you know, oh, you know, we were told to walk through the woods, and like one of our counselors like came through and was like screaming, you know. I was reading this book by Denver Riggleman.
Oh yeah, I read that book. The Congressman, Denver Riggleman III.
Right. Yeah. Who's like, it's funny because I remember hearing about him because I remember that like whole thing where it was like this congressman, and like it was like an LOL thing on Twitter. It's like this congressman, like, you know, he's into Bigfoot erotica, which is like not actually true, but like he's really like sus in other ways, and he is like into Bigfoot.
Well, I mean, you read the book, like is he not into Bigfoot erotica? I detected like a deeply, perhaps a slightly closeted desire or interest maybe in Bigfoot erotica that perhaps he was not fully owning up to. Maybe. He's just so interested as an observer, a totally outside observer in the world of people who are turned on by Bigfoot. He's just like, he's totally not turned on by Bigfoot, you know, but like that's kind of the point of this book called Bigfoot, It's Complicated, which came out in 2020. And this is after his Bigfoot erotica scandal, where I guess he had authored some fantasy books that one could categorize as Bigfoot erotica, right?
I don't think he did. No, I think that was all not true. That's the thing. Like, he didn't write like any Bigfoot erotica. Like, he had like, I guess, some pictures on social media that were like kind of like lewd jokes about Bigfoot.
Okay.
But like the whole description of him as like a devotee of Bigfoot erotica, like, you know, like what you're saying about this book, Bigfoot is Complicated. Like, yeah, there is some discussion of Bigfoot and sex. The only thing I would say about that is that, and this is not a defense of this guy who seems like a, like, kind of, I guess maybe you call him a ghoul in like many ways, you know, like
former,
he's like, you know, he worked for the NSA, like for the DOD, I think too, right? Or like in like
the NSA, and I think I don't know if he was like
describes
properly
himself
in the
as like a
military.
hunter of like deer and commies or whatever.
Oh my
like,
God. Yeah.
like,
Oh no. You know what it was? He before he was worked for the NSA, he was an Air Force intelligence officer, which immediately raises big red flags in these spaces because you think about like
Yeah.
Mirage Men and Richard Doty as
Yeah, all the Bigfoot people were like sussed out by him, or it was like tell us about Fort Lewis, which is like the
yeah.
Bigfoot like Area 51, basically, where like
Right.
there's,
Right.
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah. Also, a little says I noticed on his bio on the back of the book that he did like he got some graduate degrees in kind of like international relations, and like one of his areas of focus was like the dissolution of Yugoslavia and like the ethnic like conflicts that like led to its collapse. Like he like studied that a lot, but he never brings it up in the book as far as I could see.
yeah, it's all just about like Bigfoot people and how like they are like dumb to believe in Bigfoot. But I mean, yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is that like people like there is like a sort of sexual like complex around Bigfoot in general. Like one of the biggest like Bigfoot like tropes is that Bigfoot, and this like kind of goes back to the whole like what we were talking about in terms of like the Cold War era of like abominable snowman and like Bigfoot interest, which you talked about in Bigfoot 1, where like it's like where like it has to do with human origins, right? And the concern about like the races and where like humanity like comes from, and like
Right.
what like to what extent are we animal, to what extent are we human, the blurry line between the two. And like one of the biggest tropes is like that Bigfoot will come and like take like human women, like they'll like steal them and take them off into the woods to like, and that's like I think like a sort of like a folkloric thing too, like many like across the world, like wild man myths, like the sort of fear of like sexual predation by whatever like creature, whatever it's called, these like hairy like giant apes, like hairy bipeds or whatever, like that's always an element of it. So like that's not like a new thing, and like it kind of does hang around like the idea of Bigfoot in a way. But yeah, definitely Bigfoot and sex does come up, and he doesn't like kind of he doesn't like write about it as like someone who is trying to avoid a Bigfoot erotica scandal. like I guess
yeah. Just to drive the point home of the old beliefs, one of the sources that Riggleman cites in his book Bigfoot It's Complicated, I guess this is big in the the Bigfoot community, but the diary of Elkanah Walker, who's an American pioneer missionary in Washington State to the Spokane Indians. I guess he wrote in his diary, this is in 1840, quote, "Bear with me if I trouble you with a little of their superstitions," talking about the Native Americans. "They believe in a race of giants, which inhabit a certain mountain off to the west of us. This mountain is covered with perpetual snow. They, the creatures, inhabit the snow peaks. They hunt and do all their work at night. They are men stealers. They come to the people's lodges at night when the people are asleep and take them and put them under their skins and to their place of abode without even waking. Their track is 1.5 feet long. They steal salmon from Indian nets and eat them raw as the bears do. If the people are awake, they always know when they are coming very near by their strong smell that is most intolerable." Uh-oh. It's a common thing with Bigfoot. "It is not uncommon for them to come in the night and give 3 whistles, and then the stones will begin to hit their houses." Another classic Bigfoot lore thing is they throw rocks.
They love to throw
and they
rocks,
also smell like rotten fish. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's also like very like transcultural too. Like even like in Vietnam, I think that they're known as like the rock throwing apes. Like they like that's like
we talked about that in Bigfoot 1. The comrade apes that would like attack American patrols in Vietnam on like the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
No, that's like apparently like a widely held thing among like veterans, that they like insist that like they saw those like rock apes, and we were like apes did throw rocks at us, and like there's a whole connection there with like the Minnesota Iceman thing. Maybe we'll talk about that later, but and it all like it's very there's a lot like going on, but the reason why I brought up this guy was that like the reason why he's interested in Bigfoot, according to him, is that like when he was he was like growing up in West Virginia. It's a very like it's funny because like it has some of the tropes of like your like campaign book in a way, like because it's like kind of shoring up his credentials as like a veteran and like a down home fella who loved his grandpappy.
He used to go tracking with his peepaw, you know, out in the holler. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he was walking with peepaw, and it was like night started to fall. And then suddenly they heard this loud crash, and it sounded like this huge thing was coming. And his grandpa, who was this amazing mountain man, wilderness expert, who was just a superhero basically, still to the adult Denver Riggleman. It's kind of how he describes him. He goes down to this 10-year-old or whatever son at the time, and he's just run. And he's like, what? And he's like, run. They just start running back to the house, and then he gets his 30-30, and he gives Denver Riggleman a 22, and they just stare out to the tree line waiting for Sasquatch to come for a long time. Yeah. And that, I guess, was a formative experience for him. And his grandfather never said it's Bigfoot or whatever, but later when he learned about what Bigfoot was, he determined that it was Bigfoot. And he asked his grandfather about it, in preparation for the book that he wrote years later. And his grandfather said, I saw something mighty peculiar, through the trees or whatever. And he didn't clarify what it was, but it's that weird kind of is that, weird kind of cultic almost secrecy that this is a grandfather, it's a wilderness outing with son and grandfather, the topoi of it are so, or it's, it has all the sort of beats of an initiation away, and this is a formative experience for who he is, and his his grandfather, he takes the big gun and he gives his his grandson the little gun, and he's treating him like a man, for the first time, because they had this crazy experience together, and that's yeah, and that I think that's similar to the way that the Yeti, why are you dressed up in a Yeti costume? Why are you doing it's similar to this idea, and you do see it yeah, and I remember there are some this kind of psyop thing happens in a lot of different contexts where there will be kind of this I'm trying to remember what I had to think of. I think it's somewhere in the sort of far northern Canada or something among the Native Americans. There's this custom. I think I've mentioned this on a show before. There's this custom where the men in the community start acting kind of sus, and they're I don't know, I have a bad feeling about what's gonna happen, and then about a couple days of that, they women are kind of just doing whatever they do, chilling in their whatever dwellings they live in this community, and then suddenly a horrible Sasquatch type beast bursts in and carries off one of the women, and then the men have to come rescue the woman from the Sasquatch beast, but it's actually one of the people in a costume, one of the men in a costume. But that's that's how it's a marriage ritual, when if you can rescue your woman from this monster, then that is sort of your betrothal or whatever. I might be sorting some of the details, but yeah, and there's other things like that,
yeah, there are many such rituals like that,
psyop rituals involving a Yeti, you know, where you kind of trick people, and the Yeti's involved somehow.
You have to, the Yeti deception goes kind of hand in hand, in an almost Jinn-like way,
Yeah, I mean, that's another kind of theory about Bigfoot that I came across in this reading. I don't know if we ever mentioned it before, but we talked about how if there were and this isn't even really adequate to make it make sense, but if there were going to be if there really were a biological Bigfoot out there, the only way that it would make sense would be if there was not only a human cover up of Bigfoot by agencies of government, but also if the Bigfoots themselves were actively covering up their existence.
Right. But cremating themselves. They're dead immediately afterwards.
Doing taking extreme measures to hide, with extreme organization and full human intelligence and everything like that. But another theory I came across recently was that Bigfoot can hypnotize you. That he can send thought signals out that make you think you saw a bear.
Kind of like an MIB with like the little memory gun or something.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Which again kind of like just bleeds into the territory of Bigfoot's interdimensional. Bigfoot is like a psychic being. Like it's not.
Bigfoot's definitely a djinn. Bigfoot's definitely a djinn. Like there's no question about it.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
It's the only it's the only real way to like reconcile all these paranormal phenomena and also like the nature of Bigfoot. But I mean, I guess that kind of brings me to something that I wanted to like follow up on. I think a lot of what we're talking about like kind of leads into this because last time we talked a little bit about like the sort of Mormon Bigfoot and like the idea that like it's I remember Jimmy, like when I brought this up to Jimmy, he was kind of like, yeah, like Mormons talk about that all the time. It's like, a favorite sort of Mormon story, the idea that Bigfoot is Cain and he's like kind of cursed to wander the earth for being the original murderer, And I don't think that we mentioned this last time, but I do remember talking about like that book by John Bowen, Muslims Through Discourse, which is like a little bit dated, but like a pretty good like ethnography. And so like, as good as those things are, I'm not like have like ethnography in the highest esteem, but that's a pretty good one. But like we talked a little about the figure of the old hunter that Bowen talks about like in that book is like kind of like a Bigfoot like figure. But I don't think that we talked about like the connection between like the old hunter and Cain that gets brought up like in this article, which is elaborating scriptures, Cain and Abel in Gaio Society. And this kind of like links that. It's very interesting because it deals with all this stuff. Like it deals with like sex. It deals with this idea of like siblingship, which is, like, and relates to those two, the connection between those two things. But like, the idea of like, these are like our forest brothers, which is like such like a topos of Bigfoot. But yeah, so where do I marked where I wanted to start here. Okay. Yeah. So, I guess I'll just start here. The theme of conflict between I'm going to read like a somewhat lengthy part, but the theme of conflict between two brothers figures prominently in the Gaio corpus. This sociological armature, like, quoting Levi Strauss, links many of the Gaio stories to each other. Casts a conflict among the children of Adam and Eve. It also links them to the broader Islamic tradition. In Gaio society, siblingship is the primary idiom for kingship, affinal ties, and intervillage relations. Gaio reckoned degrees of kin-relatedness by reference to a sibling pair, as a generational distance from a shared parent regardless of the gender or kin group affiliation of the linking relatives. Affinal ties are also referred to in sibling terms, as the source brother and his married-out sister, rather than as categories of wife-givers and wife-takers. Gaio also conceive of relations among the kin groups in a village, and sometimes also the relations among villagers in sibling terms. The prominence of siblingship as a code for relatedness also makes it the preeminent code for ambivalences. The departure of a sister in marriage, as the quote-unquote sold-off sister, is the sole occasion for legitimate ritual wailing, often replete with sisters' recriminations against the brother's willingness to let them go. Competition for resources may arouse reactions of mutual support or jealous struggle among siblings. The ambivalent feelings about siblings emerge in the content of tales, in which stories about brothers' attempts to deprive sisters of wealth are about as frequent as those about the tearful reunion of siblings. In Gaio origin stories, conflicts among siblings are a major force behind the breakup of communities and the dispersal of Gaio over the highlands. A pair of half-siblings, usually paternal, form a particularly crucial narrative element, representing a fateful line of cleavage in the society. The paradigm is contained in the Gaio origin story, which is told throughout the highlands. In that story, Ganali, again, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but I don't know. The Gaio founder has a son in the old Gaio capital of Linge, and then, after death and rebirth, a second son in Ach. The two meet, and they fight until they realize that they are half-siblings. Their relation remains profoundly ambivalent thereafter. Though they share a father, the story emphasizes their opposition. The Linge son inherits his father's position as a Gaio ruler, but the Ach son inherits his father's spiritual powers. In his new kingdom, soon dwarfs that of Linge. The narrative function of siblingship is of broader ethnographic significance than the Gaio case, especially in situations of conversion to Islam and Christianity, where the Cain and Abel story may facilitate the integration of local narrative traditions and world religious ones. Not only is the Cain and Abel story powerful in its capacity to condense problems and fears of fratricide, resource competition, racial hostility, and incest in a single narrative, but it also frequently resonates with local stories of sibling differentiation. A second related theme in the Gayo narratives concerns the dangers posed by improper marriages, especially those between close kin. Isak Gayo differ on how close the kin ties may be between potential spouses. Some consider second cousin marriage possible, though dangerous. Others consider fifth cousins, reckoned bilaterally, to be the closest proper partners. Any traceable tie may be cause for some alarm. The drift of one's religious teacher's son into the Communist Party was widely blamed on his marriage to a far distant relative. Gayo finds stories about inadvertent brother-sister incest to be particularly moving. In the popular Green Princess, for example, a girl discovers that her husband-to-be is her long-lost brother and, deeply shamed, throws herself into the nearby lake. Improper marriages also appear in the myth as a cause of social differences. The first Chinese people came from a set of Adam and Eve's twin children, who were banished for their insistence on marrying each other, thus carrying out Cain's original but unrealized intent. In a different twist, when a son of the first Gayo ruler could not be circumcised, and thus neither embrace Islam nor marry under Islamic rules, he became the ancestor of the non-Muslim Karo Batak people. So, in a lot of these Cain and Abel stories, it's like Adam and Eve have children in sets of twins, and Cain has a twin sister, and Abel has a twin sister as well. And Cain wants to marry his twin, but Abel wants to exchange sisters, because that would be the best way to go about it. And that's part of the motive for Cain.
That's the real beef.
Yeah, that's the real beef. But
interesting.
Yeah. So then he quotes this guy, Isak Kadi, who's an interesting figure. He's talking about, who's sort of a narrator of some of these prophetic stories. So this guy says, not all prophets are messengers, and that is, not all Nabi are Rasul, and not all that the 25 messengers did should be followed. It was the task of Muhammad, as the final prophet, to distinguish between what is still to be practiced and what is no longer valid. For example, the children of the prophet Adam married each other, but we can no longer do that. Cain was Adam's eldest son and Abel his younger brother. Adam ordered each brother to marry his next sister, not his twin. But Cain said that because he was born together with his twin, he wanted to marry her. He would not let Abel marry her, though he had the right to do so. They fought. Cain wanted to kill Abel, but did not know how until a devil appeared and showed him how to pick up a rock and let it fall on his brother's head.
No.
He did not know. He did not know what to do with the body, and God sent two birds flying overhead, fighting in the air. One bird killed the other, and when the dead bird had fallen to the ground, the other bird covered him with earth. And Cain did the same for his brother. Adam made Cain leave his domain, and he ended up in Holland, where there is a place where even today men marry their sisters, but they do it in secret. I like that, I like that kind of conspiratorial allusion to obviously, Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch, so it's kind of this, dig at them, but also I like the kind of, idea that there's a secret incest practice going on in Holland. Yeah. In this genre of history, certain transgressive practices are associated with each prophet and are valid only for that prophet's epoch. Black magic with Moses, raising the dead with Jesus, brother-sister unions with Adam. Sexual jealousy motivates Cain's fratricide, and his incestuous longings were inherited by people in Holland, who do not realize that marrying one's sister is no longer allowed. The Cadi selectively elaborates the Cain and Abel story so as to highlight the importance of following marriage rules. His narrative selection is in part motivated by the general Gayo concern with improper marriages. It also reflects his often bitter experience in brokering between Islamic norms and local marriage practices. Islamic history tells of numerous marriages to close cousins, marriages which would violate Isak Gayo norms. The Cadi met with popular disapproval when, in the late 1940s, he encouraged a boy and girl in the same village to marry on the grounds that the marriage was legitimate under Islamic law. Ever since that event, he has taken care to historicize Islamic knowledge, arguing that God sends down different rules for different times, and that local custom has its own legitimacy as part of that plan. In his story, it is the loutish Dutch who fail to understand this truth. So, this is how we get into the issue of the old hunter comes up here. So I'll return to the problem of marrying sisters, but first I wish to consider the use Gayo have made of another element in the Cain and Abel repertoire, the contrast in modes of subsistence practiced by the two brothers. Here, Gayo have merged two distinct narrative traditions, changing each in the process. They have reworked the scripture-based contrast between Cain's farming and Abel's herding into a locally relevant contrast between lowlands agriculture and uplands hunting. They have also introduced Indonesian ideas about the role of the placenta as a powerful sibling into this narrative framework through 2 transformative steps, equating the placenta with another Indonesian figure, the old hunter, and identifying the old hunter with the uplands hunting brother. In 1979, Aman Meja, a noted hunter and healer, responded to my inquiries into Gayo knowledge about hunting and farming by situating the origins of that knowledge at the beginning of human history. So this is what he says. Adam and Eve had 6 children in all. Their first child was a boy, but Eve delivered it after she and Adam had only been married a few months. Adam said that it was not his child, and Eve, ashamed, took him out into the forest where he grew up. They had a second child, also a son, and he grew up in the lowlands and learned to farm. He cut down trees to expand his farm, then went home to sleep. When he came back the next day, the trees had all been stood up again and made whole. He cut them down again, but the next day they had been stood up again. Again a third time until his father told him to hide there overnight. He did, and he saw his elder brother, although he did not know who he was, come and replant all the trees. They started to argue and fight. The elder brother said that the forest and the trees were his, while the younger said the fields were his and that he was enlarging them. The lowlands brother swore by his father, and the hills brother said that they had the same father, and the lowlands brother would have to recognize him as his true brother. He did, and they parted. The hills brother was Abel, and his descendants are Muslimin. The lowlands brother was Cain, and his descendants are Muslihin. Aman Meja's narrative, this is again Bowen, elaborates on the Cain and Abel theme of a clash over alternative uses of land. But again, like, just think about how, the old hunter, we talked about it a little bit in Bigfoot 1, but like, the story of like going out into the woods and seeing like I think will come back a little bit later in this episode, like seeing like, this mysterious like brother who you don't recognize like as your brother, who then like challenges you and is like, the forest is my domain. And like, the other one has domain over the fields. It's like so interesting how even the link with Cain and Bigfoot like is consistent like across like literally the other side of the world. Yeah. And like, there's no like actual exchange of information here, definitely. But
just to interject a little bit, because I'm thinking about I was just in the anthropology museum in Mexico City, where they had this huge exhibit about early Homo sapiens, Australopithecus, Homo erectus, etc. And they had a recreation of a discovered Neanderthal corpse that was sort of ritually covered in like branches and flowers and things like that. And, I always go back to this because I think it's so interesting that humans and Neanderthals did coexist for, I think, hundreds of thousands of years. I think they finally went extinct. Though I think some anthropologists, I think, believe that there was amount of interbreeding between Neanderthals and humans.
I think that's generally what people think now.
Right.
That there was like some. For a while, there was like a belief that there wasn't any interbreeding. But I think now, again, like we're not like science people, but I think now the mainstream thing is that like there was interbreeding between Homo sapiens, which like came out of Africa like 70,000 like years ago, like to the rest of the world, I think, like roughly. And then they interbred with like other like relic hominids. Which now, like,
now there's extinct. The Denisovans as well that were in Asia, and there's one or two other types of hominids that are sort of similarly closely related to like Homo sapiens, kind of like Neanderthals, that have also been discovered in the last maybe 10 to 15 years. They're still just like starting to like build out knowledge around like the Denisovan peoples and stuff. I mean, I think we know a little bit more about Neanderthals. I remember reading once that most Europeans have like 2% Neanderthal DNA or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like that comes like around to this whole thing of like some of the big like people who have been like really interested, like before, like now you think of like kooky like wilderness people or like starseed types who are into Bigfoot. Like
you're thinking
like
eugenicists.
Decades ago, it was eugenicists. It was like race scientists and eugenicists who were really into Bigfoot. And that is like because like, they saw it as like a way to like build out their ideas about it. And like that kind of links to the idea of the Yeti too. Like something that's interesting, I feel like we didn't like underscore this in Bigfoot 1 so much, is that like there was a big shift actually, because like in sort of the way the discipline of like paleoanthropology or whatever, like, the study of like human origins is oriented. Because like originally, like if you were interested in that stuff, you would, and there's still like this tradition like kind of still exists today, there's a lot of like paleoanthropological work happening like in Asia, but that was like where you would like focus. You would always be like focused on Asia because that's where like, like I think you can kind of like guess why like some of those people didn't want to like consider that human beings came from Africa, and that like it was seemed like to them to be more interesting that they came from Asia or places like Nepal in particular. Yeah. If you think about like, the
Nazis who was
Mount
the
Everest,
Dalai Lama's
like,
tutor was
exactly,
like an Ononurba SS officer.
Exactly. Like the idea that like human beings like this, like that is like much more palatable, like in many ways, to that kind of mentality. Right. So that was like part of the big, like, complex around the Yeti at first. But yeah, so, and like nowadays you see the same thing with the Neanderthal thing, like you were saying, like you see like people say like, oh, what makes us like white people special is that we have like Neanderthal admixture, like, we're like superior in some way because of that, which like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like, like even if
also it's
true,
a funny thing because it's not like it. I do think that Neanderthals were, somewhat slandered in like previous decades.
Right, the idea that like they're dumb,
they're
and
stupid
they're like,
because their brains were smaller, and stuff. Right. When they really don't seem to be that different. Like I was kind of reading about this semi recently, and like they did have like local trade networks and tribes and like things like that were kind of on par with what Homo sapiens were doing when they coexisted. Now the Homo sapiens like did have some like innovations in terms of tools that maybe were like a little bit more cutting edge, but they still exhibited the same kind of like social behaviors and even like rituals around, like burying dead bodies and things like that. And, people think it's like, more of the probably environmental factors because Neanderthals were bigger, that basically they didn't need as many calories to survive. So when the Ice Age, I guess, sort of set in, the Homo sapiens were like better able to adapt. And then who knows, maybe some of them intermarried with Neanderthal tribes or whatever and absorbed them and et cetera, et cetera. But like their final point of like, extinction was, I think, somewhere between like 30 and 40,000 years ago, which is like actually like humans have been around, like Homo sapiens were around for a while at that point, everyone talks about the population of like the Americas, right? And like going over the Bering Strait and everything. And I think what we always learned in school, like in the 90s and the 2000s was, that happened like during the Ice Age, like 12,000 years ago. Well, now there's like tons of evidence that at least like 22,000 years ago is when people started coming over from what is today like Siberia and Mongolia and started going over, the Bering Land Bridge and going down. So they found like civilizations and tribes in South America in like 22,000 BC or, BCE or whatever, so like that's, now we're getting much closer to the time of like coexistence of these like different groups. And who knows, the Denisovans were in Asia where the first, like Americans came over. I'm just wondering, like, is there something like, deep in like human Homo sapien memory about, a hominid that is related to us, like very similar to us, but like different. And like an anxiety or like a tribal anxiety around that somehow worked its way into like our earliest myths, like even, 10, 20,000 years later, that became kind of a motif, even though they went out of existence as far as we know. Like we haven't found any bodies, but maybe around 30,000 years ago.
That's what a lot of people like think. Like you see that in Bigfoot, like sort of the like, not the like super wacky ones, but the ones that are kind of like trying to understand like the sociological or like, cultural meaning of Bigfoot, like, or why, there are so many like giant ape or ape man stories. Like that's what a lot of them like kind of land on is that like, human beings have like this kind of like ancestral memory of this. Like I've heard the same thing about like dragons, like why people always believe in dragons.
I almost brought that up because like, I guess if you believe in like the timeline of like, fundamentalist interpretation of the Old Testament, then like we did coexist with dinos and then they all died in the flood. And that's why we have like dragon mythology. Now, of course, the timeline for that's a little more, if you're accepting scientific time, that's like way more complicated. But there were megafauna,
like that dragons like are sort of stories about dragons are like it would be kind of like the same way, like, an expression of like when we used to like live in like a situation of like extreme, like, precarity, like in the wilderness, and like be like hunted by like megafauna and things like that. Like it's kind of a composite of, it's like, I don't know if you ever saw that like Jordan Peterson clip where he's talking about like how dragons exist with Richard Dawkins. It's like, and he's like, he's trying to explain like how dragons are real or whatever. Like it's funny, but like, he's like, is predator a real concept or whatever? I don't know why I'm doing like an Aquino voice for him, but like I forget exactly what he says, but like, yeah, like kind of like a dragon like has all of the aspects that like all the different things that could have preyed on human beings like have. Like they're kind of reptilian because like, snakes can be dangerous. They can fly because like at one time there were like even birds big enough that could, I mean, if you're really like little kids, like sometimes do get picked up by like big birds even today, and
birds
then also
are
like kind of like a big,
they are dinosaur descendants.
Yeah.
We always think about, because of Jurassic Park Psyoptus, that like they're all lizard-like, but then we found out that many dinosaurs had
dinosaurs
like feathery
are just
plumes.
Straight up birds.
Yeah, big
like
birds.
That. Yeah, like I think that like now, like again, like a lot of these categories like are kind of bullshit, but like, or they're like artificially like heuristics, but like birds are like in the category now of like dinosauria, the clade of like dinosauria or whatever. Like they are like the pigeon like that you see is like a dinosaur.
A chicken
like,
is a dinosaur.
Yeah, they are in the dinosaur category. Yeah,
they're dinos. So in a way, we did coexist with dinos, and ones that were bigger, whether they were large lizards or large birds of prey, or even large saber-toothed tigers, whatever. We know that like early hominids were battling these like huge scary forces that could overwhelm them, and kind of like some of our earliest forms of social organization were like hunting parties to like go at to like team up with weapons and then take down a woolly mammoth or a big tiger or something like that, like going way back. So like it still trips me out that there's like so much time before like quote unquote civilization really starts to get going, as far as we know, right? Because the other thing is that, if you go back 22,000 years, even 15,000 years, the sea levels were like hundreds of meters lower, right? When all the ice was, was frozen, right? And so there's actually no way of, if we want to get into like real, like American Atlantis shit, like I don't think a lot of like the coastline, a couple hundred, meters, like a mile out along the entire like Americas has necessarily been like fully excavated, but it would make sense if people were traveling that long ago down the coastline of the Americas, right? Because like humans love being on the coastline, right? There's food, etc. That there could have been cities or like things that were more that we associate with like only 10,000 BC, like no further than that. There might have been more advanced civilizations that literally are just like underwater now, and like we those could have been the biggest ones. Who knows? So there's just like there's so much time that's like unaccounted for that we don't actually know like what kind of myths were being passed along, like what kind of like religious ideas were being developed. You can sort of start to see it in the caves in Europe. Maybe what is it, around like 30 to 40,000 years ago, with like cave paintings and like figural drawings that start to evident like artistic objects start to be created around this time, in this like period. But then it's still like 20,000 years more before like cities, animal husbandry, like it kind of more advanced sedentary agriculture, like all these things. It is it's like mysterious. I don't know. There's no other way to describe it. Like we literally kind of don't know like what was like who first had these ideas and like how did they spread and like blah 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 and like what else was, and some of this was happening while there were like Neanderthals running around. And I always wondered, is like that the first, is that kind of the original sin of like is this Cain and Abel thing in the Bible like a metaphor for how like humans like killed I don't know, well I guess we're not supposed to be Cain, like we're ideally, but it is a story about humanity killing his brother.
Yeah, we're not like descended from Cain, I guess, But no, there are some people who are supposed to be descended from Cain, right?
Yeah.
That they have the mark of Cain.
Red-haired
if I'm not mistaken, like Cain does have descendants, right?
Right.
Like I don't really Yeah, he did have some. Like Enoch was descended from Cain. Yeah. So
I think so. Yeah.
yeah. Grendel was descended from Cain and Beowulf.
But it doesn't mean about like anxiety. Like the early human tribes like wiped out the Neanderthals, and then they've had this kind of like the the anxiety of the genocidaire ever since, of like our hairier, bigger cousin is like going to come out of the woods and like get revenge. It's like they know what you did last eon.
Yeah.
I know what you did last eon.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I mean, I find it like this, like Geo version of the story is interesting because like in this story, like the other child, it's kind of like the story of Lilith, like the idea that like Adam had an earlier wife who's like the
I was
mother
gonna
of
ask
demons.
who, like, why
Like,
when he accuses
like
her of like that's not my kid. It's like, aren't you the only two humans? Like, how does that
there
work?
is like that like I think it's apocryphal mostly, but there's a story of Lilith, like Adam's first wife, who is like kind of like a Strix or a demonic.
Okay. So it's
like,
implied that God
became demonic later
starts
on,
making more people out of mud, like Adam and Eve are the first, but then it's like implied he makes some more after that.
Well, that's kind of like the interesting like thing of it. I mean, like it does also relate to the question of Jinn, which like Bigfoot, insofar as like they're unexplainable, insofar as Bigfoot is a thing and not just people like misidentifying a bear. Bigfoot definitely is. Like, but the like Jinn also like are kind of that like earlier creation. I remember there are some like Shia stories that like basically have the same problem of like marrying siblings. They say that like Allah created like Jinn like spouses for Cain and Abel. And I think even in one version, like Abel got like a houri, like a sort of a woman of paradise, like one of the women who are native to paradise, like in the Quran. And Cain got like a jinn or like an ifrit, like a really bad jinn or something, so that it's kind of like this weird idea, but yeah, like the idea of like jinn are kind of like an older brother to us too, like in a way, and it is interesting how like in time those kind of like figures, those like wild men have that, like you said, that kind of characteristic like of like disguise, of hiddenness, and of like being kind of not like entirely like of this world, but still like extant in it, like having that kind of or not like entirely of the like material or empirical world. But let me finish reading this interesting part, because this is a good section of this article.
Right.
I'll skip ahead a little bit, but yeah, so he's interviewing this guy, Aman Mehya, the story, the guy who just told that last story that we read. So after he finished talking, we sat drinking coffee, and he added as an aside that one of the two brothers in his first story was the ancestor of humans, while the other became the old hunter, Pawang Tue, a being that inhabits the hills and forests. He said that he called on the old hunter for assistance in healing and hunting, but that he did not wish to discuss the matter more fully. I understand Aman Mehya's reserve later, when I learned that he was often accused of using his association with the old hunter spirit to cause illness in others. I also understood his own narrative focus on the complementarity and equal legitimacy of the two brothers and their respective domains. In calling on the old hunter, Aman Mehya presented himself as invoking his own spiritual sibling. And then, there's just a short part about like the placenta. So others in Issac also call on the old hunter for help in hunting or healing and link themselves to the spirit by way of Cain and the Abel tradition. The old hunter is generally considered to be the spiritual sibling of each human individual. Humans are linked to the old hunter through their placentas, their younger sibling. The placenta stands for the four elements of the afterbirth: amniotic fluid, blood, umbilical cord, and placenta, which are the infant's four companions, and that link him or her to the four elements: earth, water, wind, and fire of the natural world. The placenta carries the infant's vital force, semenget, until the moment of birth. Shortly after birth, the placenta is cleaned and buried, but continues to affect the welfare of the individual throughout his life, or her life. The child's vital force may leave the body and wander away, and in the spells uttered to call it back, a healer invites it to return to its comforting abode in the placenta, speaking as if the placenta and the child's body were still united. As the placenta dissolves into the earth, it becomes an important link to the natural world. A man or woman may invoke this link as a pathway to ask the earth to yield a better crop, or to ask the water to take away a sickness. Similar ideas about the four components of the afterbirth, their correspondence to the other elements in the world, and their continuing importance to one's welfare are found throughout Southeast Asia. The Balinese system in particular is strikingly resonant with that of the Gayo. For Gayo, the placenta is also the material embodiment of the old hunter. The old hunter can be asked to perform various tasks, from sending or removing harmful spirits to assisting hunters in finding deer or other game. The old hunter is the inner, the batin, that is, the inner, the hidden, as in the batin in subliminal jihad or jihad al-batin. Counterpart its material or outer, dhahir or lahir, manifestation, the placenta. The old hunter is ontologically the closest of all spiritual agents to humans in that he lies only just across the divide between the visible world, here the placenta, and the spiritual world. In his abode and activities, he also signifies the boundary between the area of human settlement and cultivation, the realm of Adam, and the area inhabited by wild creatures, the realm of God. He is thus the spiritual agent most amenable to human bidding, and yet he is associated with the wild, the untamed, and the malevolent. It talks about how deer hunters, often invoke him. There's some other. I'll read this last story, then I'll leave this article behind. But I like this one too. This is from a different guy. Abing Das, an avid storyteller and enthusiastic hunter, is told the story in 1979. At birth come the four companions. They are the younger sibling of the individual, and they are what became the old hunter. The younger sibling does not have a soul, Niewa. The spirit, Ruh, of the old hunter came from the spirit let loose by the angel Jibril. When Jibril first carried a spirit, Ruh, to the place in the prophet Adam at creation, the first soul he brought escaped. It later entered a placenta after it was buried and was reborn as the younger brother of the normally born boy. It was now a Muslim spirit, or Jinn Islam, and therefore would do good or bad things depending on who gives it sustenance and on what it is asked to do. That is the characteristic of the old hunter. The elder brother was named Salahin, the younger brother, born of the placenta, Salih. The Arabic plural and singular forms for holy. Mm-hmm. This is because he was Salah, or wrong. Everyone named Salih is Salah. Salihin died, and Salih, the younger brother, married into our village and had a son. Salih went off to the hills every day to hunt. One day, his wife asked him to find a deer with antlers and a child inside, that is, a male pregnant deer. He went to the hills, but of course could not find one, and so, because of his embarrassment, could never return to the lowlands. His son asked his mother if he had a father, and she said yes, but that he stayed in the hills. His hunting dogs returned to the village every Monday and Thursday to eat, though. One day, the boy's mother tied a packet of rice to one dog's tail and said, "Follow the dogs. When the rice runs out, there will be your father." This is knowledge you can use when hunting to find the old hunter. The son followed the trail of spilled rice to where it ran out at a small hill, where a well stood. He bathed there. He then met a boy his own size. Salih had married a spirit, or a jinn, in the hills who bore him a son, an-nar, that is fire, the stuff of jinn, an-nar, the Arabic for the fire. Mm-hmm. Whenever his son threw his spear into the air, it fell onto blood, never onto earth. It would always hit a living thing. And then they fought fiercely to a draw. He cuts a little bit of the story here, and he says the son returns home and comes again. The boys fight, and their father, recognizing his lowland son, stops them. The father, Salih, told them that he had never returned to the lowlands because of his embarrassment at not finding the deer with antlers and a child inside. Each Mawlid season, that is the birth of the prophet, he tried to return, but his wife hung an old niyu, a three-cornered woven reed tray used to sift rice and dry meat, above their door. She, too, was embarrassed that he did not return. He feared the rice tray and could not re-enter his house. It is forbidden for any hunt leader to enter a house with a rice tray hung over the door. His knowledge and spells will not be effective if he does so. He then told the lowlands son that he was the elder brother when in the lowlands, and the hills son that he was the elder brother when in the hills. Their statuses were different. The hills brother would always hit blood with his spear, and if he hit the lowlands brother, he would have to report to his father. Only he could remove the spear. Added the father, and if the hills son journeys to the lowlands son may not talk directly to him. The words must pass by way of me. The two sons traveled to the lowlands to have a ritual meal together. When the lowlands wife took up her rice tray to sift the husks out of the puffed rice, Anar became smaller in size and was embarrassed to enter the house. So she gave him the meal without completely preparing it. Unsifted puffed rice, an unshelled egg, uncut bananas. He returned to his abode in the hills with it. She then told her own son that, because it was the elder wife who had prepared the meal, whatever he requested his father would have to grant. pretty crazy.
Mysterious.
Yeah, very mysterious. Yeah. Yeah, it's there's another kind of like interesting, like anomalous, like a Yeti story that I came across in reading this. Well, there's a couple of things. It depends like where we want to go next, because like one thing that we had marked like to do Bigfoot 2, ever since we did Bigfoot 1,
right?
Because there was stuff like left over, and one of the things that like we had marked was like this phrase that was like in our notes.
Yeah.
But like, that we had like mentioned like a couple times like over like the years since Bigfoot 1. But like that phrase was Polish Yeti Wars.
Right.
But,
Polish Yeti Wars.
But yes. But like when I was like, okay, we can finally talk about the Polish Yeti Wars, which like somehow like entered our lexicon. But then like when I was doing this, like to look into what the Polish Yeti Wars were, like there weren't like really Polish Yeti Wars. Like this is not like something that like is an accurate description of anything, except like we did find like this one guy.
This Polish artist Stanisław Szukalski.
Yeah.
Right.
Weirdly, there was like a Netflix documentary about him. Did you watch that?
No, I didn't get to. I don't have Netflix anymore.
I watched like half of it. Half of it. It's interesting because it was like made by like Leonardo DiCaprio's like production company, because like his like
Appian Way.
Yeah, exactly. Because like his father or something was like good friends with this guy. It was kind of a
he
sus
lived in
documentary.
Burbank. Yeah, he was like an expat who lived in Burbank. He's like a strange, interesting Polish artist, like to say the least. Like very eccentric guy, and this is the only hit that I think we were able to find so far.
Yeah.
About the
we had it in our notes, like we had like information about him in our notes about Polish Yeti Wars. I think that this became a thing because he was Polish, and like for him, like the war between humans and Yeti, or the sons of the Yeti, like the Yetisini, like maybe you know how to pronounce it, like the Yetisini, like how do you like?
Yeah, if that's a Polish word, I guess it would be like Yetisini.
It's like Polish for like sons of the Yeti, and like basically he believed that like there are like some people who like were basically Yetis, or like hybrids at least, with Yetis, and like those, like the battle between like true human beings, like pure humans, and Yetis was like definitive of like. Basically, like, the way Karl Marx, who according to this guy was a Yeti, said that like all struggle is class struggle. For him, all struggle was Yeti like struggle. Human versus Yeti.
No, I deeply want to know more. But unfortunately, like I guess he talked more about art than about the eternal Yeti war that was going on. And there was just one article that mentioned this. I don't know if it was like in the documentary at all, but this article does talk about it. It was in a website called East by Bogna Konyor, and it's actually a pretty just like interesting article in general called Poland, which is nowhere, the fifth dimension of Eurasian time, and it talks about like the liminality of Poland as kind of the east of the west and the west of the east, and obviously it was partitioned and was not a country for like 150 years. She notes that for Karl Marx, the liberation of Poland from under the partitions is crucial to the global revolutionary goal of overthrowing military despots, etc. Now, I'll just read the little part here that mentions the Yeti War, because this article is actually no, this article is not as much about Szukalski per se, but it does mention him. So she says. It gives a little context to why he would say there's an eternal Yeti war, and they speak an ancient, like, Asiatic language that is now known as anyways, so she writes, unlike the colonies where societies were also forcibly civilized and underwent the Industrial Revolution while under occupation by foreign empires, Poland seemed to Westerners both other and familiar. It was the uncanny of Europe, the east of the West and the west of the East. Poland was like the uncomfortable feeling of someone else having been to your home while you were away. Something's not quite right. The Polish sense of separateness from Europe, which prevails to this day, only enforced this. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, one of the key mythologies of Eurasia was propagated by the Polish nobility, I believe the Szlachta. who, let's see, that noble Poles originated in the lost land of Sarmatia. The Sarmatians were an Iranian tribe that flourished between the 5th century BC to the 4th century AD. Originating in the Eurasian steppe that has long connected Central and Eastern Europe to Asia, they eventually migrated westwards and were assimilated by the Proto-Slavic populations of Eastern Europe. Tales of the ancient Iranian kingdom of Sarmatia that supposedly gave birth to the Polish nobility centuries before the three empires partitioned their country gave legitimacy to the image of Poland as the quote, strange and savage East. Exotic legends, outrageous Oriental fashion, and fantastic customs made Poles seem alien all the while they belonged geographically to Europe. To cope with this uncanny sensation, in the 18th century, the Sarmatians were racialized, just like the colonized population. Saxon porcelain manufacturers in Meissen produced exotic collectible figures of Poles, Africans, Tatars, and monkeys. Nevertheless, blusterous as usual, the Polish aristocracy embraced this oriental image of themselves to justify their superiority over the Polish peasantry, which they perceived as being of a different ethnicity. The great Polish literary critic, Maria Janion, labeled Polish culture phantasmatic, steeped in a collective fantasy so intense that it competes with material reality. This sense of otherness within Europe, to the point that Poles were considered a different ethnicity, found its way into modern times. In the 20th century, one of the undeservedly forgotten Polish artists, the sculptor Stanisław Szukalski, believed that all of humanity was stuck in a post-deluge battle between humans and the descendants of Yeti, and that the primordial language of the world and of all humanity was Matsymova, a rootless pre- and post-dividual language presently known as Polish, from which all other languages subsequently deviated. That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
it was
interesting.
Kind of, like that Leonardo, or like that, I guess it was Leonardo DiCaprio's production company. Like his father, who I guess, I didn't realize this, but Leonardo DiCaprio's father, like George DiCaprio, was in like underground comics. Like it seems like he was doing kind of like stuff like that, like Del Close, like horror comic. Like, you know, like kind of like, whoa, like gross out, like weird, like Robert Crumb, almost, but like not even at that level, like kind of like, yeah, he like, you know, like gutter comics. Like even like, it seems like this guy, like, Szukalski was like disgusted by like the comics that like George DiCaprio like would make.
Okay.
And, like,
he collaborated with Timothy Leary. Interesting.
Yeah. Like it was funny because like, it's obvious that this guy, even like for whatever talent he may have, like was, like kind of like ideologically like fascist and like weird, like had a weird like his beliefs were structured by like kind of this like belief that like some people were like subhuman apes who were like destroying society, and like also was like, it seemed like, you know, he was definitely idiosyncratic, but like still I would say like on the whole like very bigoted and like, you know, not like kind of like a cool guy, you know, like right wing, you know, like not like kind of the same like political mentality that these like most of the people interviewed in the documentary had. But it's all these like, you know, LA like artists who be like, wow, he was like a true artist, man. He was like a great, like a cool guy. And it's like, are you listening to what this guy's saying? Like he's talking about how like, you know, like Charles Manson was a Yeti, and like, you know, like
God.
Like
I'm just
like,
looking at the comic he published in 1979, Timothy Leary's Neuro Comics. One
George
cover
DiCaprio?
is I'm gonna send you this in the chat. This is like or maybe I'll put maybe you can there's a Reddit thread about
I
it.
guess.
Let me see if I can show everybody the cover right now. Yeah, maybe I'll do it. I think I can do it on in Zoom. This is actually like it's too much. It's too much. All right, here we go. All right. This is Smile. Space migration, intelligence increase, and life extension for everyone. Greetings, fellow nervous systems. And it's like a disembodied brain and nervous system with like Mickey Mouse gloves on.
Cool.
Neurocomics has evolved from the recent transmissions of Dr. Timothy Leary as filtered through Pete Von Schally and George DiCaprio. Wow. This is
oh my God. Wow. Yeah, this is very Reddit. Liminic Void.
There we go. Sus Timothy Leary. I just bought an early 90s like Tresor like Berlin techno record in Mexico City just solely for this one track featuring Timothy Leary called From Psychedelics to Cybernetics. And it's like, call it, if I played it for you, it's literally like the sussest shit. Like it's just Timothy Leary like saying things over like a breakbeat and just like, my job is to corrupt young people. Shit like that. And like he just goes, chaos. Wow. It's like, oh my God. And starts ranting about how the CIA like brought LSD to America, but it's awesome. And just like the most.
Wow.
He's so sus. Wow. So this says something. Leary is no stranger in Russia today. Psychology majors may have been introduced to him during psychodiagnostics class, pondering over Leary's test of interpersonal compatibility. Wait, how did that get into Russian psychology curriculum? Okay, that's what this comic book website says.
Thought it was awesome, I guess. But anyway, I did find.
Anyway, sorry.
It's okay. I did find like a little bit more information about like his Yeti beliefs in this one book, Strange Creations, which is like kind of about like different ideas of human origins.
Okay.
Who's the author of this? I can probably find the section I wanted to read from just by doing Control F Yeti. I can quickly go to it's by Donna Kasi. It's Aberrant Ideas of Human Origins from Ancient Astronauts to Aquatic Apes. That's a subtitle, titled Strange Creations, like I said. But so yeah, he so this is like a summary of his ideas. Sulkowski's apes are not the gentle, vulnerable, near extinct cousins described by Diane Fossey in Gorillas in the Mist. Instead, Sulkowski depicts gorillas as syphilitic, rapacious, cowardly brutes whose numbers threaten to overrun the earth. Their relation to us is closer than we think. Due to our ignorance of our bastardly past, our inbreeding with the apes, we carry the capital B burden of capital H history, which is actually the struggle between humans and a-humans. The a-humans, however, because they are born in our own countries and communicate in our own languages, are not recognized and are taken to be Poles in Poland, Englishmen in England, Russians in Russia. The gigantic abdomen that gorillas have to keep filling all day long was inherited by their bastardly descendants, which physical trait has sublimated into avarice for everything in sight.
What the fuck? Wow. Okay. This guy's on some next level.
It gets better, or worse. The history of our intimate connection with these monsters can be found in ancient artifacts from all over the world. For example, the Pans of Greek legend, who are depicted on Greek vases, are in fact a species of large apes that attacked human women and raped them. Sulkowski notes that all the wart-nosed Greek philosophers, the pot-bellied waddling pygmoids, were actually descendants of such interspecies bastardy between humans and apes. I guess he's referring to like Socrates. It's weird because he believes that Nietzsche was a Yeti too, but that kind of like resembles like Nietzsche's like speculations about Socrates.
Every German philosopher with facial hair, I guess, is like Yeti coded to him.
Yeah. Well, Karl Marx, Mao Zedong, Nietzsche, Bakunin, and Kropotkin were all Yeti.
The anarchists specifically, interesting.
Well, and Marx and Mao. And
okay.
Nietzsche.
So really, the entire left,
anarchists too. Yeah.
Yeti coded.
Yeah, he has that in common with Denver Riggleman. Like he hates, he's like there's like all those parts in the book where he's talking about like the gaze of the true believer, and he's like, it's always, I see it in the eyes of these activists on the
Marxists.
It was funny because he was actually like, the last like anti-QAnon Republican.
Yeah.
And he like went to go like take a stand about like January 6th or whatever.
You would think he'd be on the other side of the coin like Republican Party, but he's actually like, he's like a never Trumper like kind of guy.
Yeah.
Who hates conspiracy theories.
Exactly. And he clearly doesn't believe in Bigfoot, and he clearly like resents and sneers at like all the ignorant people who like do.
Mm-hmm.
But like he, and he basically says like, if you are like a Marxist or believe in communism, then you are like on the same level as like, these crazy Bigfoot people, which like maybe that's okay. No, but but anyway, like so anyway, this guy says going on or this I think this book is by a woman, but so apparently some of the female Yeti were enticing enough to attract human males who willingly copulated with them and produced man-ape offspring. Sulkowski enthusiastically identifies the descendants of these couplings by such traits as a, quote, undercut nose, a long upper lip, a long torso, short upper arm, wart nose, pot belly, and sometimes even a tail. These bastards typically end up as dictators, political subversives, and communist agents in all nations. The history of mankind up to this moment is the enumeration of struggles caused by the elemental foes of mankind. The results of the rapes of human women by man-apes who, having been born among us and speaking our languages, are mistakenly taken for our own countrymen. But it is these hateful, deadly, and fiendishly exterminatory descendants of the Yeti that, on having been thoroughly admixed with the humans, think up all the ideological capital I isms that create subversion, treason, revolutions, wars, and the eventual downfall of all capital C civilization and capital C culture.
Oh my God.
According to Szukalski, these Yetinsini, once identified, should never be allowed to enter politics or the military service, for they are devoid of all the genteel traits of humanity, but retained all avaricious, vengeful, ferocious traits. They only enter public service for the purpose of attaining positions that allow them to gloat in vengeance for their obsessive psychosis of inferiority. And there they bide their time till they get a chance to exterminate handsome mankind by the millions.
This is some 5D like one-shotted by Polish history race science right here. Like this is some next level. He was one-shotted by Polish history. Like it just like I don't even know like how would you identify who's a Yeti and who's not? I guess through like blood tests, and then like what percentage of Yeti do you have to be automatically evil and like boorish and like a sicko? Like because he seems like they're all interbred. But then I guess like this is like a one drop rule for like people of Yeti ancestry being evil.
It doesn't really make sense. Like, because I guess it is a one drop rule. Yeah, because like otherwise, how could they like spread? You know, it's not like they only mate with other man apes, right?
At this point, because there's not like enough of them, so like, and they hide among us. So you know, how exactly does that work?
Yeah,
yeah. You know, people did detect in some of his 1930s paintings, and you know, like I forget if he did sculptures or not, but you know, a kind of
he did do sculptures, yeah.
Valoration of strength that was kind of popular back then. That some people. You could read into a little bit like of a fashy vibe to some of his art. It is like
I mean, there's definitely one
sure.
that straight up has like a swastika. Like it's like there's like it was even addressed like in the Netflix documentary about him where like he had like this one piece that like all these like crazy artists who discovered him. Like the most interesting thing about this guy to me like is that like in like 2021 or whatever. Like a bunch of like Hollywood, like limousine liberals decided that like this guy, like, and in the 70s, like up to today, decided that like this guy's like, genius needs to be like celebrated. Like, okay, like he was a significant artist, like, but like he was basically like unknown, like in the US. And like, I don't really feel that like his work is like so interesting or valuable that like he needs to be like lauded, like that like this myth of his genius needs to be built up. It was just like it's sus.
Yeah,
and like especially like the way that like the people around him were also like you said, like these like neuro like comic like people,
Timothy
who are
Leary,
like drawing
fellow
like
travelers,
kind of like weird like underground comics with an X like porn, and they're like this Yeti guy is like crazy, like whoa, what a true artist. It's like like it's just like kind of like nihilistic, like okay, you don't actually believe in anything, and like you're kind of like laundering these like like this is why we have all the problems that we have now, where like half the people on social media like believe this shit now. Like but like most people, like if you post this on Twitter, you probably like get a following. But yeah, like this is actually interesting. This is his theory of like the Yeti like political motive. As frightfully inferiority obsessed males and females who never get beautiful human women and men into their beds, they persistently dream of the impossible. To endure their mental hardships, to develop extraordinary patience and such perfect imagination that almost anything they dream of, they are capable of contriving. Thus, patience and imagination, together with their animal vitality, make them capable to contribute miracles of inventions in every sphere of interest. They are the Nibelungs, the little pixies, the fairies of the legends of every country. Politically, they forever remain socialists and therefore potential communists, because it cannot forgive humankind its popularity with the opposite sex.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, there you go. It's like the Yeti is the eternal incel. The crafty, evil Yetinsini will always have advantage of the trusting human. The conspiring dwarves will build vast parasitic empires based on some silly ideology, a mere bait for gullible and kind-hearted mankind. The howling, chest-beating gorilla in the Yetinsin is perpetually pressed toward its biological preordainment, and probably things shall ever be so. It works overtime, pounding on the pulpit of subversion, calling all the misfits of the world to unite against the hated human.
Truly a secret war that like nobody else knows is going on except him. Truly, wow.
Yeah, it's weird though because he does say that like they are good at art, which is like the thing that like he did. So it's strange.
He also hates art. He hates a lot. He would talk shit. I think he called he called Picasso like pick asshole or something like that. Like he talks shit about other artists all the time.
Yeah, he basically hated all art except for his own. Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah. So yeah, that is like the substance of the Polish Yeti Wars thing that was in our workflow for the last 4 years or so.
At least we got these weird sus Hollywood connection kind of rabbit hole out of it.
Yeah, well, I was like, it is interesting, and like it's like. Yeah, it's like it's an interesting like kind of like bubbling up of like Yeti stuff into like the popular consciousness.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
I just found a weird article from this year, from July of this year, that Leonardo DiCaprio's dad could be headed to politics, and I guess like even though he voted for Kamala. He wants to be a bridge between the conservative movement and Hollywood. It's unclear like what he wants to run for, but I guess he like invited Leo to like a dinner and like pitched him on like you should fund like a presidential campaign.
For him?
For me. Yeah, for
his own father?
Yes, for George DiCaprio. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Who I think is like in his 70s now. He's a boomer.
What? Sounds all right, yeah.
Yeah, unclear if Leo's going to support it, but I mean, it feels like Leo did, fund this. He did produce this documentary about his dad's crazy Polish friends.
Maybe that was a compromise, so he didn't have to fund his like humiliating presidential campaign
where
he tries to
campaign.
Which I guess was like he was gonna run as a conservative.
It low-key sounds like he's like running as like a centrist, like conservative kind of guy, like a bridge between I don't know. I mean, Leo's a big like climate change guy, so you would think he like wouldn't be he wouldn't be about that.
It's got like your standard Hollywood politics, I would imagine. Like,
following in Tim Leary's footsteps.
Some,
bizarre sus vanity campaign for maybe governor or something.
This is on Radar Online. Is this the same thing the Radar Online thing? Yeah,
maybe originally. I'm reading it on Inquisitor. It's kind of a slop. It's actually
the Radar Online wants us to be desperate to launch a politics career. Very
interesting. Leonardo DiCaprio's dad had a weird job that prepared his son for success. That's from 2020. That's just a stupid article. What was his weird job? Like, I
guess doing underground comics.
A comic guy? Being a bohemian?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, performance artist and writer, known for his work in the realm of underground comics. That's, all I can find about his career.
I guess the weird thing is like that he even made a comic book for Timothy Leary in the late 70s. How cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zap and Weirdo, Fabulous Freak Brothers. Bah. The earliest memory I have, Leo says, is me at some hippie concert with my dad. And his dad, the band hadn't arrived yet, so his dad put him on stage and he tap danced for the crowd. He was around 3 years old at the time. Yeah, another like sus child actor, like kind of, vibes going on with that whole, thing. Yeah. It seems like he probably hung out with some weirdos. It's interesting that like he was like this teen heartthrob, and then also Winona Ryder was like one of the biggest stars, and she's the goddaughter of Timothy Leary, and like her parents, I think, like managed the Timothy Leary archive and were like best friends with him. So like all these friends of Leary, like these children of friends of Leary, become like all the big Hollywood superstars of like the 90s. Chaos. Wow. That's all I gotta say.
Right.
Anyways, but so that's Polish Yeti Wars. Don't really know too much to say about that.
One,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, well, one other Yeti story that I wanted to raise is this one, which I thought was really interesting and kind of links into a couple of things we've been talking about. This was published in Anthropos, which is a pretty well-regarded journal of anthropology, a pretty old one, and it this has a lot to do with the works of this one Jesuit missionary.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a Jesuit, but I'll read from it in a bit to clarify what his order was. So there's a Catholicism connection, but this is published in 2020, so I think we missed it the first time, but it's kind of interesting. It's called "The Yeti Does Exist After All." And Franz Xaver Eichinger's field notes about his encounter with the quote-unquote abominable snowman in 1949. So this guy, this writer, Joachim G. Paipke, I guess came across some journals by this missionary Eichinger, who I guess was a missionary working in Tibet. He was he was a missionary and physician. He was working in the 1940s and early 1950s in the Tibetan frontier in the Chinese provinces of Gansu and Qinghai. As a physician, he attended to the nomads living around Lake Kukunor, Lake Qinghai, staying in the camp of the Shaorong nomads in the Hakka Valley at the foot of the Semino Mountains at a height of 3,000 meters to the west of Lake Kukunor. One day, he faced the abominable snowman, or Yeti, brought in by the natives in order to heal their children. Eichinger had been aware of the myths and stories of the Yeti circulating. Let me make sure what he was. Oh, he was a missionary of the Society of the Divine Word, the SVD. So I don't really know what that is, but whatever. Eichinger had been aware of the myths and stories of the Yetis circulating all over the Himalayan and Tibetan territories, but he did not give any credit to stories, fables, or even the supposed scientific proofs concerning the mysterious creature. At that time, it was a bit more of a respectable topic than it is now. On November 5th, 1949, however, he stood in front of the Yeti and was even able to interview him. The mystery about this creature, unresolved for more than 100 years, was now revealed. The individual turned out to be a child of a Gansu tribe expelled by villagers due to his congenital hypertrichosis. It was common among the mountaineers, Eichinger says, to view such children as possessed by an evil spirit, which was obviously interpreted as a threat to the entire community. Consequently, they were expelled to the mountains, where they usually died, although some did survive. This fact remained unknown to outsiders for centuries, because communities believed that its revelation could bring evil to the affected clan. Eichinger provides more details about this matter in his field notes. And then he kind of recaps some of these searches for the Yeti and some of these rumored sightings, even by anyone visiting Tibet, including Western writers would often describe seeing these shapes wandering in the wilderness. So, I'm not sure if what he's describing here accounts for all Yeti sightings, but it is interesting to consider that it does. So, he was so this guy was an ordained Catholic priest as a member of the Society of the Divine Word, the SVD. I don't know what that is, but I guess Societas Vox Dei, I guess maybe that's what SVD stands for, but whatever.
Maybe.
He arrived in China via the Trans-Siberian Railway and worked for 5 years, in Shaochofu, Xinjiang, because there was no possibility to reach his destination, Kansu, due to the Japanese occupation. Finally, he arrived in Lanzhou in 1947, and then he went to Jining in 1949, where he worked at the mission station of Huangguan, east of Lake Kukunor. So, he did some studies in medicine. He was basically, treating these people medicinally, and that was kind of tied in with, as it often is, with his missionary work. So he was a self-made man. He had a natural empathy with the people, principally sick people, and a talent for diagnosis. He was widely recognized to be a better physician than the Chinese ones. He combined the Western medical methods with the Chinese traditional ones and obtained widely recognized professional success. Health conditions within the clan were rather distressing. The birth rate had dropped dramatically, and the average per family was about 1 to 2 children. At the time of Eichinger's arrival, an epidemic was causing deadly crying fits in children, and nobody was able to find a remedy, neither parents nor shamans. The children screamed 10 to 15 hours, the stronger ones 28, girls up to 32 to 34 until death. Eichinger was not familiar with these symptoms, but he supposed an irritation of cerebral nerves. He came to cure dermatological diseases such as boils or abscesses and was quite helpless in this situation. I mean, that's crazy. Like, so there's this epidemic where kids like will scream for 34 straight hours and then just die. Wow. Anyway, so the natives sent several messengers to the mountains in order to search for the Yeti. They did not know exactly where he was because his walking territory stretched over 120 to 150 kilometers in length and 70 to 80 kilometers in width. The new problem caused by the arrival of the three was that the Yeti would not come to the camp if there were any strangers there, no matter if they were traders, clerks, soldiers, researchers, or somebody else. They sent, therefore, another group to the mountains with the purpose of warning the Yeti about the presence of the strangers. They found him in the valley as he was just coming down from the Seminole Mountains. They informed him about the new situation, begging him to make an exception because they were very concerned about the deadly disease of their children. He had compassion with them and asked who the strangers were. They answered that they were no traders, no clerks, no researchers, but rather praying people because they had seen the group saying prayers in their tent. So yeah, it's this. I mean, like this is like pretty crazy. Like and this is like extremely cold. Like the environment people are living in. Like the temperature was around like minus 22 Celsius. Wow. At a height of 3,000 meters. This guy's like living out in the anyway. But,
yeah. Just to check, that I think our stream froze for a second, so I refreshed it. Hopefully, people can hear that in the chat in a second. But anyways, go on. Yeah,
we'll get this up somehow. But so the Yeti resolved to visit the camp and arrived there on November 5th at 4 p.m. They set a little black tent up for him, the so-called guest tent, between Eichinger's and the Thousand Princes ones. The Thousand Prince was the the leader of the nomads. So at midnight, one of the nurses went out of the tent and saw him standing before the tent in the direction of the rising sun. She returned to the tent and woke up Eichinger, urging him to hurry up with his camera and to take a picture of that incredible man. When Eichinger appeared with his camera, he saw the Yeti dressed in a thin, rotten, long Chinese cloth, waving his hands to refuse a photograph. Eichinger withdrew immediately. Later on, he learned from the man that a cloth would cause to feel the cold more than nakedness. He used to walk always naked, even in the snow on those mountains at minus 40 degrees Celsius. That's what he said. Afterwards, Eichinger spoke with Ine, the son of the Thousand Prince, who was also his interpreter among the nomads, asking him to mediate between him and the man who they called the Naked Llama, this is the Yeti. At first, the healer refused, but then, when he heard that the group attended the sick and healed boils, he agreed and wished to obtain the remedies that healed furuncles, because his own medicines of herbs only healed inside the body. Eichinger agreed on condition that he could take a picture of him. And there actually is a picture in this article of the alleged Yeti from 1941. I'll try to share my screen. Mm-hmm. But I have to request it to you in order to share it. But yeah. All right. This is the picture of the Yeti, according to this article.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, so he has his eyes closed because, that was one of his conditions for taking the photograph. He said that his eyes only exist to see the heaven and to grasp the glance of a suffering person.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So this guy said he was a Yeti.
Well, also the villager said that he was the Yeti.
Okay. Interesting.
He also doesn't appear necessarily to have, I guess maybe on his cheek you can see a little bit of maybe. I can't tell if it's a shadow or what. But allegedly he had hypertrichosis, which is when you kind of like those wolf, the dog face boy of P.T. Barnum fame, when you have kind of hair all over your face.
Right.
But he doesn't seem to have that here. So I don't know. Here he just seems like he was a mystic who was known as the Yeti and who would wander around naked all the time, even in extreme cold. But yeah, he talks a little bit more about his spiritual training. But yeah, his outward appearance was horrible. Indeed, it could frighten every person. Just want to underscore this guy cured according to this guy, who had, if you think about it, had every motive to not credit like the abilities of this Yeti because he was like a Christian missionary.
Yeah.
But like he, claimed that his like medicine was powerless and the Yeti was able to cure these children. Yeah, the Yeti's outward appearance was horrible. Indeed, it could frighten every person. Nonetheless, he had a strange power over the children. He used to enter the tent where a sick child was crying, bowed over, looking intensely at the infant for 3 to 5 minutes, and the child calmed down, began to smile, and was healed. After Yeti's visit in the village, no child died ever since. I mean, like as a child. That is a medical masterpiece, Eichinger commented, that we will probably never be able to explain. As stated above, Eichinger's diagnosis pointed to a strong irritation of the nervous system, a kind of encephalitis caused by a bacterium. The psychic energy of the Yeti's eyes may have succeeded to stop the convulsion. Eichinger was not able to investigate the disease in more detail because people refused all further medical examinations of the children after the successful healing. They were afraid the malignant spirits expelled by the Yeti would return to the children. Eichinger refuses completely the Western and communist Chinese theories that the Yeti may be the missing link between primates and hominids or an unknown animal species. He argues that the footprints and the remnants found in the mountains by natives and researchers were either of animal providence or they were deliberately misinterpreted by locals. In Tibet, children are often born with congenital hypertrichosis, especially male babies, probably due to endogamy by cross-cousin marriages. Interesting how this keeps coming up. The genetic defect is hereditary and causes the continuation of the fetal langugo hair, frequently coupled with both tooth anomalies and facial deformations. The people consider these hairy children as being possessed by evil spirits. Well, we talked about this before in the intro. Generally, they kill such babies soon after birth, but sometimes the mothers hide the baby, and this is condoned by the others until some calamity strikes the village. It's crazy how this is like so similar to like the sort of story of like the old hunter and like Cain and Abel, or like, the Adam's first son before Abel,
Right. The problems of like familial marriage and like coupling and stuff. I mean, you have to think that would also be a very early thing that humans would sort of pick up on as a pattern, especially living in like smaller tribal communities. That
I guess that's kind of the thing with Oedipus too, if you think about it, like because he was like left to be exposed in the wilderness too, right? And that's why he had that limp. And then, that's kind of how he ended up in the situation where he married his own mother because, he was left out in the wilderness. It is interesting. But and they even say like on reaching sexual maturity, the stronger ones are able to adapt to the wilderness. And on reaching sexual maturity, they often abduct young girls from camps and villages in order to satisfy their sexual drives. That's according to Eichinger. The Yeti, whom Eichinger called the quote-unquote naked llama, left his clan at the age of 10 to 12 years. He belonged originally to the clan of coppersmiths. In the mountains, he encountered an eremite, or a hermit, who taught him meditation and prayer. The people said that he was able to pray better than the monks. Eichinger observed him praying in the tent for 2 hours, naked in the cold in front of a dead eagle. He ate vegetables and roots, accepted yak milk and milk products when he stayed in the tent village, but refused any kind of meat. He used a thin Chinese wrap only upon entering a village or camp in order to cover his nakedness, having deposited a dozen of them at several spots in the mountains. The cold did not harm him. His skin was warm when Eichinger touched him. Supposedly, he knew how to influence the autonomic nervous system in a way that totally closed the skin surface so that there was no thermal loss through osmosis at all. People did not dare to disturb him during his meditation. Every such attempt would bring his curse upon the intruder.
Wow, this guy's a Psy warrior.
Yeah.
Real. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of that. It's yeah.
Well, it does, like, going back to the sort of the idea about, are there sort of like deeper instances, like, paradigmatic kind of experiences in like early human history that could map onto a kind of like Bigfoot, experience. Like you could think of children that are born with like congenital deformities from inbreeding who are left out, but maybe left out in a way that they're allowed to survive in the wilderness and kind of like grow up on kind of the periphery of a village or a community and are in a way like it sounds like this guy doesn't actually sound feral in the kind of classic sense of like he was able to, he knew language, right? I mean,
it seems like he was
raised
like
in
discovered and taught, by
and a hermit
monastics,
taught him. But if you think like if somebody was put out, I don't know, as like a small child or something and wasn't socialized, and there's the whole raised by wolves thing. I mean, even Romulus and Remus, that kind of involves like feral children that were like raised by wolves in that kind of myth, right? You could kind of see like, that's kind of and then there's like a weird like we can't talk about this aspect to all of it, and so it has to be kind of like not openly discussed and like becomes this kind of like taboo thing within a community or a tribe or whatever. And who knows, maybe over time that kind of that kind of myth or that thing kind of evolves. Like it's interesting that they just like call him the Yeti, but he's obviously a guy who was born like in a village. You know what I mean? Like it's not like he's a lost hominid or something.
Yeah, when you put together like, I mean, it's possible that like they're like that group of nomads that this guy was with, like they're not representative of what like people in like Nepal or like in the Himalayas like believe about, or Tibet like believe about the Yeti, but like the like in general, but like like these people like kind of saw him as being like, and the Yeti as being like the same thing, or like they put him in the Yeti category, like I guess Yeti means like snowman, right, or something like. What exactly does Yeti?
Well, I was reading the Yeti Wikipedia, and apparently there was one linguist who did like a long-term study and pointed out that Yeti could be a corruption of the word meti. This is Dr. Makoto Nobuka published the results of his 12-year linguistic study in 2003, and he postulated that Yeti is a corruption of the word meti, a regional dialect term for a bear. He claimed that ethnic Tibetans fear and worship the bear as a supernatural being, but his claims are subject to almost immediate criticism, and he was accused of linguistic carelessness. Dr. Raj Kumar Pandey, who has researched both Yetis and mountain languages, said, quote, "It is not enough to blame tales of the mysterious beast of the Himalayas on words that rhyme but mean different things." Interesting.
Huh. Yeah. No, I had heard this before that like the word like metokangmi was like kangmi, I guess, means snowman, and like the origin of the word the term abominable snowman is because like someone like mistranscribed meto, which you said again, I don't know how to pronounce this actually, but which is as mech, which is like not a word in the Tibetan language, so that like like somehow
Miche was translated as man bear, which is I guess that term was kind of like made up.
Yeah, and that like that somehow like that kind of like translation of met, like the mistranscription of meto as mech, because the consonants mech can not be conjoined in the Tibetan language. That like kind of led to maybe the abominable snowman thing, but Kangmi, I guess, does mean snowman, which is like
Admi means snowman.
But I don't know, like, what is the origin of like the term Yeti itself? Like, what where does Yeti come from? Like,
Yeti. I mean, it says that this is just the Wikipedia here, but they say the word Yeti is derived from the Tibetan.
Rocky place bear, I guess, is what they're saying. Yeah.
So kind of. Yeah. Tibetan lore describes three main varieties of Yeti: the Nyalmo, which has black fur and is the largest and fiercest, standing around 15 feet tall; the Chuti, which stands around 8 feet tall and lives 8 to 10,000 feet above sea level; and the Rengshim Bombo, which has reddish-brown fur and is only between 3 and 5 feet tall. Yeah. So, there's other obviously related stuff. It mentions here the Chechuna in Russian folklore, who's said to dwell in Siberia, 6 to 7 feet tall, covered in dark hair. And the nomadic tribes in like Siberia have legends about a kind of Neanderthal-like man wearing pelts and bearing a white patch of fur on its forearms, who is said to occasionally consume human flesh, unlike their close cousins, the Almastis, who we talked about. I think we talked about that in Bigfoot 1, right?
Yeah, we talked about Almasti, or Almasti, I guess. Yeah,
the Almasti was allegedly shot by the Red Army during the war.
Yes.
And then the perpetrators were like murdered by like the local village or something like that.
This is what this guy says in the article. The term Yeti derives probably from the Tibetan Gya, dread, rock bear, and is a misspelling. The other words are Miche, man bear, Zute, Himalayan brown bear, Mete, small man-like animal, Migo, wild man. Oh, hey, that's like from Lovecraft. Like that's those like sort of bug creatures, which he like, for whatever reason gives that name. So I guess but Bun Manchi and Kang Admi, that is snowman. But it is like the link between like, I mean, we kind of see this in the other story from Bowen too, but like the link between like the Yeti or like the wild man and like, broadly speaking, like shamanism or like ascetics and like humans with like special abilities or like a special like sort of outcasts, but who like by virtue of being like outcasts or not living by ordinary social rules gain like a special spiritual status. Right. Like that is it, like there was this one article that I really wanted to track down, but I didn't get a chance to go to the library and get it. But it's like in some like book about Nepal. It's by this guy who's done a lot of writing about like Nepalese religion. Larry G. Peters, I guess, is called The Calling, the Yeti and the Bon Jankari in Nepalese shamanism. It's in some book called Nepal, Myths and Realities. But I found this quote from him in this article, which says, the focus of this paper is the intimate connection between the shaman's calling in Nepal and those liminal figures of the ancient forests, jungles, mountains, and caves known as the Yeti and the Bon Jankari. These anomalous, or like jungle man, I guess. These anomalous characters have an overlapping cultural mythology. They are indigenous, believed to be spirits, but also current living vestiges of the ancient past, with a physical appearance and presence, who also manifest in dream and trance states. Thus, they coexist in two realities which interpenetrate and are not separated in Nepali consciousness. So, it's it's interesting how this connects, like, even in the like the Gaio context, like when they call like Pawang Tue, the old hunter, like Pawang doesn't just mean like hunter. I think it also means like shaman, but there's like a connection between these two things. I was reading this other book having to do with that in greater depth. It was like, what was the title of it? I'll just mention it because it was interesting. Miracles of Material Life by Terence Sevilla. But yeah, like, and you even kind of see that in like American Bigfoot lore too. Like Bigfoot is like, like a starseed, or like he's like mystical in some way. Like he's a shaman basically. Like he lives on Mount Shasta and like he can teach you how to meditate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think the Bigfoot It's Complicated book recounts that there's like a very strange episode of the $6 Million Man that involves like a group of maybe, I don't know, archaeologists or something, or anthropologists that get kidnapped by some Bigfoots. And I think they're supposed to be around kind of like, not maybe Mount Shasta, actually. It's in California because earthquakes are involved. But then I think, Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, and, the main character is like getting like a fist fight with the Bigfoot, and he pulls off his arm and it's actually a robot. And then like the Bigfoot grabs the robot arm and like runs away. And then it's like eventually revealed they meet aliens and they like see UFOs, and they end up going in like a deep underground like UFO base where they meet an alien who explains to them that the Bigfoots are basically like robots that are a protection system for the secret underground like mountain UFO bases. So Bigfoots will patrol and kind of like scare and harass people that get too close to it. And then there's like something about how there's about to be like the big one is about to hit California in like 6 hours, and it's going to destroy all the cities on the coast. So they have to do a secret underground nuclear detonation to cause a smaller earthquake that will like absorb the energy from it so that it won't destroy all of California, and then like they do it, and then like they save California, and that's like I'm like that's a lot to put in like a whatever 30-minute episode of TV.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, no, that's pretty wild. But yeah. So they were swinging pretty hard on $6 Million Man back in like the late 70s.
I feel like it was like a really like popular and high budget show like in its time, wasn't it? Like wasn't
Probably.
it like people loved that stuff?
Yeah,
like
it was never really syndicated that much, so I never formed like a kind of attachment to it.
Yeah,
and
I don't
Stone
really
Cold
know
Steve
anything
Austin.
about it. I know that it's about like a bionic guy.
Right.
Like,
It is kind of human
like
potential
RoboCop,
movement,
basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of got like a human potential movement kind of thing, but like merged with like sci-fi, where he gets like in some accident and they like build they we can make him better, stronger, like blah blah blah. That was like the tagline, and I guess they give him like bionic arms and legs so he can just like do crazy shit. And that was one thing that he brought up, along with there's a funny book that he mentioned that his like Marine Corps friend was really into, where he told him like, hey man, like you gotta read this book about Bigfoot. And I guess the book was called Voyagers, the Sleeping Abductees by Ashayana Dean. And he said, this is Riggleman in his book, he said that like that in that book they reveal the real name of the Bigfoot is the Caven Tellior. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be French
right,
or
yeah,
what. Yeah. He was like ranting, and that book's all about how like Bigfoot's a starseed and like he is a psychic figure, and like and people can also like have a special destiny that like psychically communicate with Bigfoot, and all this other like crazy kind of like Project Serpo, like kind of just like insane lore about UFOs and like the Pleiadians, and like Bigfoot's just like connected to all of it like naturally. And he was kind of mocking it in the book, but as we know, people go some very like spiritual starseed directions with Bigfoot in the US. Before we go any further, I just wanted to like note there's one other hit of a Polish Yeti connection that I stumbled upon. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is the story of Sławomir Rawicz, who was a Polish army lieutenant who was imprisoned by the NKVD during World War II, and like his story became kind of famous. He put out a book which was ghostwritten called The Long Walk, where he claimed that in 1941 he and 6 others escaped from a Siberian gulag and began a long journey south on foot, about 4,000 miles, supposedly traveling through the Gobi Desert, Tibet, and the Himalayas before finally reaching British India in the winter of 1942. This was actually, I think it was made into like a movie with Colin Farrell called The Way Back in 2010. And now there are a couple of things that are interesting about this story. One is like the veracity of all of it, which in later decades have been questioned. Disputes over whether this guy is like actually did escape from a gulag, etc. But also in his book, he describes how the party, when they were going through the Himalayas, encountered 2 Yetis, and so before.
I think I did come across this guy, right? And like his story was like kind of like there was like some doubt cast on like the idea that it ever happened.
No,
like,
there is, and
like,
again the Polish anti-communism comes in and complicates the story. But I have like the 2 pages from his book somebody put on Reddit of like his account, his ghost written account of what actually happened. So let's see. All right. So in The Long Walk, page 258, he writes, in all our wanderings through the Himalayan region, we encountered no other creatures than man, dogs, and sheep. It was with quickening interest, therefore, that in the early stages of our descent of this last mountain, Kolomenos drew our attention, I guess it's one of the guys, Kolomenos drew our attention to 2 moving black specks against the snow about a quarter of a mile below us. We thought of animals and immediately of food, but as we set off down to investigate, we had no great hopes that they would await our arrival. The contours of the mountain temporarily hid them from view as we approached nearer, but when we halted on the edge of a bluff, we found they were still there, 12 feet or so below us and about 100 yards away. 2 points struck me immediately. They were enormous, and they walked on their hind legs. The picture is clear in my mind, fixed there indelibly by a solid 2 hours of observation. We just could not believe what we saw at first, so we stayed to watch. Somebody talked about dropping down to their level to get a close-up view. Zaro said, "They look strong enough to eat us." We stayed where we were. We weren't too sure of the unknown creatures which refused to run away at the approach of men. I set myself to estimating their height on the basis of my military training for artillery observation. They could not have been much less than 8 feet tall. Oh, giants. One was a few inches taller than the other, in the relation of the average man to the average woman. They were shuffling quietly round on a flattish shelf, which formed part of the obvious route for us to continue our descent. We thought that if we waited long enough, they would go away and leave the way clear for us. It was obvious they had seen us, and it was equally apparent they had no fear of us. The American said that eventually he was sure we should see them drop on all fours like bears, but they never did. Their faces I could not see in detail, but the heads were squarish and the ears must lie close to the skull because there was no projection from the silhouette against the snow. The shoulders sloped sharply down to a powerful chest. The arms were long and the wrists reached to the level of the knees. Seen in profile, the back of the head was a straight line from the crown to the shoulders. Quote, "like a damned Prussian," as Palachowicz put it. That's funny. We decided unanimously that we were examining a type of creature of which we had no previous experience in the wild, in zoos or in literature. It would have been easy to have seen them waddle off at a distance and dismiss them as either bear or big ape of the orangutan species. At close range, they defied facile description. There was something both of the bear and the ape about their general shape, but they could not be mistaken for either. The color was a rusty kind of brown. They appeared to be covered by two distinct kinds of hair. The reddish hair, which gave them their characteristic color, forming a tight, close fur against the body, mingling with which were long, loose, straight hairs hanging downwards, which had a slight grayish tinge as the light caught them. Dangling our feet over the edge of the rock, we kept them closely under observation for about an hour. They were doing nothing but moving around slowly together, occasionally stopping to look around them like people admiring a view. Their heads turned towards us now and again, but their interest in us seemed to be of the slightest. Then Zaro stood up. "We can't wait all day for them to make up their minds to move. I'm going to shift them." He went into a pantomime of arm waving, war dancing, bawling, and shrieking. The things did not even turn. Zaro scratched around and came up with a half-dozen pieces of ice about a quarter-inch thick. One after another he pitched them down towards the pair, but they skimmed erratically and lost direction. One missile kicked up a little powder of snow about 20 yards from them, but if they saw it, they gave no sign. Zaro sat down again, panting. We gave them another hour, but they seemed content to stay where they were. I got the uncomfortable feeling they were challenging us to continue our descent across their ground. "I think they're laughing at us," said Zaro. Mr. Smith stood up. "It occurs to me that they might take it into their heads to come up and investigate us. It is obvious they are not afraid of us. I think we'd better go while we're safe." We pushed off around the rock and directly away from them. I looked back and the pair were standing still, arms swinging slightly, as though listening intently. What were they? For years they remained a mystery to me, but since recently I have read of scientific expeditions to discover the abominable snowman of the Himalayas and studied descriptions of the creature given by native hillmen. I believe that the 5 of us that day may have met 2 of the animals. If so, I think recent estimates of their height as about 5 feet is wrong. The creatures we saw must have been at least 7 feet. Wow. So, he wrote all that. Very interesting, but we should note that, after in subsequent decades where, former Soviet records have been opened up, that, let's see, in 2006, the BBC released a report based on former Soviet records, including statements written by Ravitch himself, showing that Ravitch had been released as part of the 1942 general amnesty of Poles in the USSR and subsequently transported across the Caspian Sea to a refugee camp in Iran, leading the report to conclude that his supposed escape to India never occurred. Now, in May 2009, Witold Glinski, a Polish World War II veteran living in the UK, came forward to claim that the story of Ravitch was true, but was actually an account of what happened to him, not Ravitch. Glinsky's claims have been severely questioned by various sources. The son of Rupert Mayne, a British intelligence officer in wartime India, stated that in 1942 in Calcutta, his father had interviewed 3 emaciated men who claimed to have escaped from Siberia. According to his son, Mayne always believed that their story was the same as that of the Long Walk. But telling the story decades later, his son could not remember their names or any details. Subsequent research failed to unearth confirmatory evidence for the story. There's a little more a note here from the BBC Radio. The missing link came through documents discovered by an American researcher, Linda Willis, in Polish and Russian archives. One, in Ravitch's own hand, described how he was released from the Gulag in 1942, apparently as part of a general amnesty for Polish soldiers. These are backed up by his amnesty document and a permit to travel to rejoin the Polish army. These papers make it almost impossible to believe that Ravitch escaped, unless there is a case of mistaken identity. However, the name and place and date of birth all match. The documents show that, this is interesting too for Mr. I got put in the gulag. The documents also show that rather being imprisoned on trumped up charges, as he claimed, that he said they tortured him in the Lubyanka to say he was a spy and then he had to do it because it was a show trial. So rather than that happening as he claimed, Ravitch was actually sent to the gulag for killing an officer with the NKVD, the forerunner of the Soviet secret police, the KGB. So he murdered allegedly an NKVD officer. Which since he doesn't say that I was wrongly accused of murdering an NKVD officer, kind of makes his story a little bit sus, right? Like, you know, it's one thing to say like they trumped me up on this charge, but then the records show something totally different, maybe because he didn't have a good excuse for maybe because he did do that. You know what I mean? So then I'm not sure what but this guy, like, up until 2010, Peter Weir directed like an adaptation of his amazing story and everything else. So, So, but in subsequent times, they call a lot of it. But it's possible that he stole the story from somebody else. That the guy who accused him of that also seems to be somewhat questionable.
Speaking of communism, I one sort of loose end from Bigfoot 1, or one thread from Bigfoot 1 that I wanted to pick up on that I feel like we didn't really get to talk about too much is we talked a lot about Tom Slick and sort of the Cold War politics of the investigation of the Yeti and the idea of Ivan Sanderson and all those American intelligence connected academics who would be oh, we need to close the Sasquatch gap with the Soviet Union because whoever discovers a Sasquatch first or a Yeti, they will have control over the narrative about human origins. And if they get one, they'll be able to rock the foundations of Western civilization and our belief in God and things like that.
Exactly.
So, but
are you referring to Dyatlov Pass maybe as a catalyzing incident?
Well, no, what I was going to bring up was one thing that does get brought up in Brian Regal's book, which talked about some of that stuff, is the kind of fascist interest in the Abominable Snowman, which is another angle on that. In particular, I want to talk a little bit about Corrado Gini, who's a pretty big Yeti believer and big Yeti enthusiast, and also a very influential eugenicist who had firm connections with Mussolini. He even wrote an article called The Scientific Basis of Fascism. It's very interesting actually reading his article, The Scientific Basis of Fascism, because he kind of does this thing where it's the liberals are wondering why. It's kind of this, it's not to be too heavy-handed or whatever, or lay it on too thick, but it is funny, kind of comparing his article, The Scientific Basis of Fascism, with some of this sort of Trump explainer stuff that you might see in the NYT or something, where it's they bring in the example coming to mind is that was Barry Weiss's role originally, but now I feel there's other people who do this where they're
now
the
it's
explainer
Roger,
who comes in and is look, I'm not saying that all their claims are true, but listen, this is there's really something to this stuff, and that's kind of the role he's playing there, where he's I'm a sober-minded scientist, and look, these liberal parties are effete and lazy, and they don't and there's something truly scientific to it, but anyway, so this guy, what I thought was interesting about this guy was, first of all, that he was a very big like Yeti enthusiast, like, and just generally influential, like in the field of like eugenics. Like he like founded this journal called Mankind Quarterly. Actually, maybe a good way into this is that I found this article, The Tainted Sources of the Bell Curve by Charles Lane, which is about the book by Charles Murray, right? Which is kind of well known. It was about like IQ differences based on race.
Yeah. Oh, and before you, just so people might not clock him by name. I certainly didn't, but this is the guy who invented the Gini coefficient. That's probably what he's like best known for today, right? Like the measure of income inequality in a society.
I don't know that he invented that. Maybe. Yeah.
No, it's right on his Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
He's known for the Gini coefficient. It's named after him.
He was also a statistician. Yeah, that's true. All right, word.
But just keep that in mind. This guy is like kind of prominent, like in the 20th century, whatever. Yeah.
No, yeah, and he was like very influential, like in like I mean, he remains influential in the eugenics world too. Like, yeah, like this in this article it talks about like, Charles Murray did some interview with the New York Times. But speaking of the New York Times and how they're always like platforming sus-ass people, like he said, like, this is a case of stumbling about his book. Like, this is a case of stumbling onto a subject that's had all the allure of the forbidden, he said. Some of the things we read to do this work, we literally hide when we're on planes and trains. We're furtively peering at this stuff, which is like his book, which maybe for those who don't know, it's all about like how there's IQ differences based on basically on race, and that like eugenic approaches to public policy like have a point, although they don't endorse them outright. But anyway, so this article asks the question of like what stuff was he talking about? What was he furtively peering at on planes and trains that was so heterodox and forbidden? Well, the answer is that like he consulted Mankind Quarterly, which was the Journal of Anthropology founded in Edinburgh in 1960. So 5 articles from the journal are cited in the Bell Curve's bibliography. But the influence in the book of scholars linked to Mankind Quarterly is more significant. No fewer than 17 researchers cited in the bibliography of the Bell Curve have contributed to Mankind Quarterly. 10 are present or former editors or members of its editorial advisory board. This is interesting because Mankind Quarterly is a notorious journal of racial history founded and funded by men who believe in the genetic superiority of the white race. Mankind Quarterly was established during decolonization in the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. Defenders of the old order were eager to brush a patina of science on their efforts. Thus, Mankind Quarterly's avowed purpose was to counter the, quote, communist and egalitarian influences that were allegedly causing anthropology to neglect the fact of racial differences. The crimes of the Nazis, wrote Robert Geyer, Mankind Quarterly's founder and editor-in-chief until 1978, did not justify the enthronement of a doctrine of racialism as fact, nor of egalitarianism as ethnically or ethically defensible. So this guy was a champion of apartheid in South Africa and long belonged to the ultra-right Candor League of white-ruled Rhodesia. In 1968, he testified for the defense of the hate speech trial of 5 members of the British Racial Preservation Society, offering his expert opinion that blacks are quote-unquote worthless.
Oh my God.
So
this guy was insane, actually. Yeah.
He's truly crazy. But he was also like, this goes on like, I mean, it's up like, I recommend reading this article. Like everyone who like it just like gets worse and worse. Like they were just like straight up like people who took part in like Nazi eugenic research, like leading race scientists in Nazi Germany, served on the editorial board of Mankind Quarterly. Like it's interesting because like this book still has cachet and people still like kind of like look at like Charles Murray and like kind of like invoke him. Like I'm sure like there's like many like other podcasters out there who would be like, oh, this stuff's kind of interesting or like whatever. But it's like truly insane. But it's crazy like how like deeply indebted to this stuff is. But that guy like Robert Geyer and Corrado Gini were also members of a group that Gini founded, which was the International Committee for the Study of Hairy Humanoids.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
They were both like really interested in this. In fact, Ivan Sanderson, I think, who
has popped up in
your
Soviet parapsychology episode, because didn't he write the first, or he was involved in promoting?
He came up weirdly in another episode of ours. Yeah.
Or he wrote the foreword for the psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain, maybe. he was definitely connected in that kind of like that early world of like the psi research, but also Bigfoot stuff, and also being very interested in what the Soviets knew about all of it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And he popped up in another random book too. Like he makes weird appearances.
So, yeah, like this is like kind of a bulletin about like the founding of the International Society for Human-like Hairy Bipeds, the International Committee for the Study of the Human-like Hairy Bipeds. It's a translation from Italian, so it might not be precise, but an international committee has been formed on the initiative of Professor Corrado Gini, president of the International Institute of Sociology, for the purpose of studying and exchanging information about the alleged snowman and other hairy bipeds still little known to science and about which ancient documents and recent testimony are becoming ever more abundant. So this guy, is also the founder of Mankind Quarterly, which we mentioned, and he was like a notorious fascist who loved Mussolini. But the Italian Committee for the Study of Population Problems, whose chairman is also Professor Corrado Gini, has decided to undertake the financial responsibility of the Committee for the Study of Human-like Hairy Bipeds. The program of the committee includes the publication of the Italian translation of the material and information that Professor Boris F. Porshnev and Dr. A. Smakov collected on these problems, and which were originally published in Russian, as well as of other reports published in Russia in this field. A column of the magazine, Genus, organ of the committee, will be open to members of the committee for the publication of communications and information on these problems. English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish can be used. The committee regrets that at present, on account of printing difficulties, it is not possible to publish articles in Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, etc., but will be happy to receive information from all parts of the world. The present number of Genus will contain articles by the Russian academician, Professor Boris F. Porshnev, the American explorers Peter Byrne, a huge, Bigfoot guy, who recently died. It's like a juggernaut in the Bigfoot world. And Ivan T. Sanderson, Dr. Marka Burns of the Leeds University, and the chairman of the committee, Professor Corrado Gini. It was a presupposition in the forming of the committee that the snowman and the other human-like hairy bipeds were subjects worthy of thorough scientific study. In proposing the committee, the prompter even felt that there is their matter, which is of greatest importance for the knowledge of the origin of man and the first stages of human society. But this does not necessarily imply that all the evidence concerning the different forms of hairy bipeds, which has been the subject of study, is worthy of belief. The committee then proposes not only to publish documentation and evidence in favor of the existence of these hairy bipeds, but also to submit the material to scientifically rigorous criticism. At present, the committee consists of 36 members, belonging to 16 different countries, and names of whom are given below. Among them, there are patrons of science, professors, and explorers who have taken part in expeditions specially organized to locate the Himalayan snowman and the Californian hairy biped, alongside of anthropologists who have studied the earliest stages of homination, laboratory research workers who have examined the alleged parts of the organisms of the hairy bipeds in question, as well as experts on these questions who have met, coordinated, and interpreted the information that has come to their knowledge into systematic works. Blah, blah, blah. It goes on to talk about who it's open to. Skeptics as well as believers are welcome to join, blah, blah. Then it gives a list of who was involved in this.
Okay, and it's let's go.
Well, first of all, Robert Gare, who we mentioned, editor of Mankind Quarterly, Corrado Gini, himself. And then we have some of John Napier, who at the Anatomy Department, Royal Free Hospital Medical School, he, I think, might come up a little bit later, but Peter Byrne, right? Ivan Sanderson, Tom Slick,
of course,
all these people who were basically founding Bigfoot and Yeti people are members of this organization, which along with well, I mean, I guess what's his name? Dylan Roof is the last Rhodesian, but Rhodesia's greatest soldier and he credits himself as Dr. Robert Gare of Gare and Nig, which apparently is a made up Scottish genealogy that he had for himself. Exactly. I was thinking that what is it with that? But
you also mentioned Dr. Boris Porshnev, who actually I'm just looking a little into him right now. He's a really interesting figure because he was a Soviet historian who was pretty well established in a few different fields, but like really focused a lot on prehistory and the origins of man. And he was known, I guess, as along with Maria Jean Kaufman, they were regarded as the revered parents of Russian monster hunting. And like, so this guy, I mean, he clearly like received Soviet permission to like participate in this international committee, for hairy humanoids. And like he had his own pretty kind of like influential at the time theories about like what Bigfoot was. And I guess he was driven by Marxist ideology to find the wild man, to confirm materialism and evolutionary human origins. And so he did several expeditions to look for almasties and also for like Yetis in the Himalayas. And so his take, which I guess was influential on Ivan Sanderson and others, was that the Almasties were a relict population of Neanderthals who had survived the Ice Age of the Pleistocene epoch. And but his expeditions were unsuccessful and his career declined, I guess, after he couldn't like quite find it. But at the end of his career, I guess, let's see, in 1963, he was given permission by the Soviet Academy of Sciences to establish a commission to study the question of relict hominids, though it was later dissolved. But in 1963, he produced a book summarizing the evidence the commission had obtained and his views on Neanderthal survival, which is circulated in a limited number of copies. A copy of the book was obtained by the Center for Fortean Zoology and translated. So it was actually published just in 2021 with maps, illustrations, notes, and an index. So it sounds like, he was unsuccessful, but he really went hard on this theory that like a small number of Neanderthals had sort of survived in the wilderness in, Siberia and the Himalayas, places like that, up to the modern day. Of course, he was going for kind of a hard Marxist answer to the question, and I guess he was somewhat disappointed at the end of his life. But you can see that like, even the kind of this is like in the 50s and 60s. So pretty like heady years of Cold War, mutual suspicion and competition and everything. And, even with this international committee, it's like full of kind of like intelligence agency, like sus lords and fascist eugenicists. Like
another guy on this list is Ralph Izzard, who was like kind of like the inspiration for James Bond. Like he was like a British like naval intelligence officer, and adventurer, who was like, I guess, really into the Yeti and the Abominable Snowman. But yeah, he apparently Casino Royale was based on a story that he heard. Ian
Fleming.
Yeah, I guess. His tour duty took place under the command of Ian Fleming.
Interesting.
And he a card game in which he found himself playing poker against covert Nazi intelligence agents at a casino.
Wow.
But yeah, this guy was also like really into cryptozoology in general. He was a member. And like really like Rene Dahinden, like another big Bigfoot guy. Yeah, like basically like it's a who's who of John Green. It's like a who's who of Bigfoot people.
Yeah, I found a Russian academic article that's talking about this magazine and Porshnev and everything. It lists all those guys. Yeah, John Napier, W.C. Osmond Hill, R.R. Rinchin, who wrote an article for Genus called "Almas Still Exist in Mongolia."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nice. Sample of Kumjung Yeti scalp. Search with the California Bigfoot. Hairy primitives or relic submen in South America. This is they were really kind of like swinging. The Ivan Sanderson published an article about the Minnesota Iceman. And Gini was all up involved in it. But I guess the organization mostly collapsed after Gini died in 1965. Yeah, the academic says, how to continue to exist. I'm sure a situation today would be quite different. For the committee included prominent academics who provided a vital link with mainstream science. After a break of 45 years, this favorable condition is being revived and reestablished anew with the creation of the Relict Hominoid Inquiry. It is a new magazine. Yeah, like they called portion of school hominology, and the relict hominid. I know that's not a term you hear a lot, relict, right?
Yeah.
Like even in Bigfoot spaces, it's the first time I feel like I've come across it. What does it mean? Like just like from a long time ago?
Exactly.
But still...
like, like leftover, like, pre-human, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So interesting. Yeah. Like some heavy hitters are involved in, the Almasty arms race. Like for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And also like some of the biggest like figures in like the history of like race science and eugenics. And there's like actually like serious like intellectual crossover between like the two fields. I mean, it makes sense like in a way, like,
well, you think of the Marxists and the fascists like fighting over like who gets to find the Almasty and then like conform it to your ideology, and like use it to confirm like it, both for very different ends, but like in a way they're both trying to do that, and they're like they might even cooperate because it's like they're hoping like I guess this is also an age where people really believe their ideologies, that like they just knew it was going to confirm it, so like let the fascists go dig for it, they're gonna have egg on their face.
I read this one article about Carlton Kuhn's on the origin of races, or just the origin of races. I guess I gave it like kind of a Darwin-esque title. Yeah. Which was like, made a big splash when it was published in 1962 because it was like, kind of leveraged by like segregationists in America at the time. Like basically to try to say like the idea of this book is basically that everyone was Homo erectus, like Homo erectus existed, but then Homo erectus split into 5 different races, and then those races like all became Homo sapiens, but like at different times, and like some like people were more sapiens than others.
There we go.
Yeah, and like I always like, and of course, obviously, like a lot of people, like are drawn to this idea. Probably like it would have currency with many even today. But like the what I found to be interesting about this article is that like the abominable snowman, or like the Bigfoot angle like comes about in a funny way, because this article really has nothing to do with it, but it comes up, it just sounds funny, like it's talking about this guy Putnam. What was his first name? Who was like Carlton Putnam, cousin to Carlton Kuhn. I guess Carlton was one of those family names.
No, one of those first name, last name.
Yeah. So he was very angry about segregation, and he sort of was, he took it upon himself to re-educate the American anthropological community about the reality and importance of race. Putnam began a long correspondence with a number of anthropologists arguing with their findings and attempting to discover why they made the absurd claims they did about racial equality. On January 5th, 1959, the same day that Putnam's letter to Eisenhower appeared in the New York Times, Putnam composed a letter to Harvard anthropologist Clyde Klucklone. Putnam drilled Klucklone with a number of questions about his book, The Mirror for Man, in which the anthropologist argued against innate racial differences. Putnam argued that Klucklone claimed that culture superseded the concept of race, but, this is a quote, nowhere do you deal with what seems to me an obvious fact, namely that culture is, in the majority of cases, a product of race. Putnam wrote that, I am left with the conviction that Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard, with all the limitations of anthropological technique to which their generation was subject, nevertheless thought more clearly and came closer to the truth than the followers of Boas. I began to suspect that anthropology in the last half-century has been drafted to serve the demigoddess of equalitarianism instead of the goddess of truth.
Wow, we're really back where we were 100 years ago.
True, yeah. I mean, the rhetoric hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Putnam was undeterred by the fact that few anthropologists answered his letters. In March 1959, soon after beginning his campaign of re-education for American anthropologists, Putnam took his position public. In a second open letter, this time to Attorney General William P. Rogers, Putnam claimed that 2 generations of Americans have been victimized by a pseudoscientific hoax in this field of anthropology, and that this hoax is part of an equalitarian propaganda typical of left-wing overdrift of our times. It's true. It really is like, same.
Yeah.
Like the first, Putnam's second letter, widely reprinted, making Putnam into a well-known opponent of integration efforts. In 1959 marked the beginning of Putnam's public criticisms of equalitarian anthropologists, who he believed were responsible for threats to American civilization. In the coming few years, especially in 1962, when Kuhn's Origin of Races appeared, many in the scientific community would try to find a proper response to Putnam's polemic attacks. Putnam's use of the curious word equalitarianism is significant, for it was the favored term for those few scientists who shared Putnam's beliefs in the Negro's capacity for civilization. Psychologist Henry E. Garrett, who had testified for the state of Virginia on behalf of segregation during the Brown case, anatomist Wesley Critz George, who had written extensively on behalf of segregation in his native North Carolina, and others formed the International Association for the Advancement of Ethnology and Eugenics, the IAAEE, in 1959. In the 1960s, gathered around their semi-official journal, The Mankind Quarterly, the IAAEE would soon begin making the scientific case for white supremacy. Carlton Putnam attended the first meeting of the IAAEE and was closely involved with its activities. Kuhn knew many of the scientists involved with the IAAEE. He and Italian, I like how it kind of sounds like a Bigfoot noise if you pronounce it like phonetically, like yeah.
Sounds like a Bigfoot
He
call.
and the Italian sociologist Corrado Gini corresponded regularly about the existence of the abominable snowman, in which Kuhn apparently believed. Kuhn and Stanley Porteous shared an interest in the use of the Porteous maze test by anthropologists. So there you go. He was Carlton Kuhn was also an abominable snowman believer and enthusiast who corresponded with Corrado Gini frequently about it. He and geneticist R. Ruggles Gates corresponded regularly. Gates finding a sympathetic ear.
Do you think he's related to Pynchon?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think that
Thomas
I want to
Ruggles
say
Pynchon.
that he was a member of the National Snowman Society. Let me make sure.
We're
that's
literally
true.
like we're already through the guy who has like a Slothrop like first name, a guy whose name is literally a racial slur, and then like another guy whose name is like Cuck Cotton or something like that, who's like a liberal Harvard like professor. Like these names are too much.
It's very Pynchon-esque. Yes, but not all these guys cross over with the Society for the Study of Human like hairy bipeds, but
Well, there was also didn't we discover that Axel Wenner-Gren had an anthropological foundation that was investigating Bigfoot in some capacity?
Well, he did have a foundation, but I think we were speculating that he might have had, because there was that weird, and I still have
memo
not,
Ask Venner.
Yeah, I still have not satisfactorily seen proof of this, because it's from Nick Redfern, who's not the most reliable source and never cites anything, and didn't provide an image of it in his book. So, but he said that he reviewed an NSA, white paper basically. And we were able to find the original white paper. We weren't able to find the marginalia that he claimed that it had, which was it was about sort of psychic testing on animals. The ability of, as I recall, people should listen to Bigfoot 1, but as I recall, it was a mother animal was it was either the children or the mother. They were separated. And one or the other was placed in a submarine and drowned basically, and the animals that were on the surface would intuit it or know and be sad, and this is seen as proof of ESP.
Okay,
I hope I'm recalling this correctly. We were read from it in Bigfoot 1.
I kind of remember this actually.
Yeah,
the weird submarine experiment.
There was a note on this which was follow up with Wenner about this, And
at first we thought Werner von Braun, but then it's like, well, that's Werner. But then like, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, but we
Axel
don't know, like,
Werner.
it wasn't in handwriting. This is why, like, we need to see it, you know. But like, yeah, but we haven't seen it. But but yeah, so like, and the note was like, this may clarify our Bigfoot archives. You know, this is maybe like an NSA analyst allegedly. So that was like the mystery of Wenner. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so the Corrado Gini connection to Bigfoot and to like the bell curve was something I wanted to mention. But you wanted to talk about the Dyatlov Pass.
Maybe because somebody in the chat brought it up. I think maybe we were asked about this in like a Q&A episode, and we talked about it.
I feel like
briefly.
We might have talked about it. Yeah, maybe, but
I know we talked about the Almasti in the Caucasus during World War II, and we definitely like brought it up at some point.
The Dyatlov Pass like noted in my notes to talk about for Bigfoot too.
Right. And there is some kind of like newer evidence or hypotheses that have been done about it in about the last like 5 years, where now people are kind of saying like these scientists have solved the Dyatlov Pass mystery. Just for, I guess, to recap, for people that don't remember what that is, I think it was in the late 1950s. There was a group it was scientists, right? I want to say 1959. Yeah, 10 hikers were setting out on a winter trek through the Ural Mountains in the Soviet Union. And one of them had like a sciatica outbreak and went back after a few days. But the other 9 continued. And then they were not heard from for like almost a month. And a search party went, and then they found these bodies like horribly like injured and like ripped up and in various states of dress with bizarre injuries, with one appearing to have bitten off part of his own knuckle. And then they eventually found all 9 bodies. One had a fractured skull, another had a twisted neck. 2 were missing their eyes, and one of the bodies with no eyes was also missing her tongue. And so, of course, there are many theories thrown around about, what actually happened to these people. But the one that's most exciting that we're going to talk about is that they were killed by Yetis. I guess not Almastis because they don't hurt humans; they're peaceful. But they're evil cousins, the Yetis.
Well, do we know that for sure?
Well, I mean, that's just, I guess, local folk knowledge is that Almastis.
Well, the Almas and the Almasti are the same, right?
It's like some conjugation thing. Yeah.
The Almas, like in Mongolia, like they can be like pretty scary. Like, they like chase people, and they like, can be kind of spooky. I read an interesting article about Almas that was like talking about how like the way the stories about the Almas are told have like changed. Like first they're kind of like, an evil like kind of forest wife, or like a sort of a witch figure. And then they became more like a Bigfoot type of creature, like the way that we talked about, kind of like the stories would sort of borrow from like Bigfoot accounts, like in the sort of their structure. And now they have like kind of the like more recent stories kind of follow the pattern of like the phantom hitchhiker, where like people will like stop and then it'll turn out to be like an Almas, but yeah, I definitely have seen stories of that, like reading like Jinn stories online and things like that, like kind of like the combination of like a witch and like a monster, I mean, I guess witches are kind of monsters, but yeah, like an Almas, and they're kind of witches, even though they're sort of like Bigfoot type creatures.
I see. Yeah. So they could do sorcery. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're they are female, weirdly, like, because usually you think of Bigfoot as being a guy.
More often than not, yeah.
When we talk, we use he him pronouns usually for Bigfoot.
They probably should be called. Well, there's Bigfoots. I guess big feet is incorrect according to.
Yeah, definitely would be incorrect, right? Because the feet aren't plural. It's the Bigfoot that is plural.
It's one word. So at Dyatlov Pass, like I'm just reading a little bit from this like history article, the summary, but I mean it is truly weird. I want to read this because then when we go to like scientists like gave the explanation, we can have ammunition to critique it, because I'm not sold. So I guess, on February 1st, these were a bunch of students, I think engineering students who were in their early 20s, and they were with one sports instructor in his late 30s. They were all experienced hiker. In February, around February 1st, the 9 hikers pitched their tent for the last time. When the search party found the tent, it was collapsed and covered in snow. Inside, the hikers' belongings were relatively undisturbed. The team found the hikers' boots, clothes, and equipment neatly arranged in the tent, and food was sliced up on a plate as if the hikers were preparing to eat it. The tent was slashed open, and as a seamstress later observed, someone had made the cut from the inside. The first 2 bodies the search party found were those of students Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko, several hundred yards away from the tent. They were lying in their underwear next to the remains of a fire. A medical examiner later noted that Krivonishenko had burns on his body and a piece of flesh in his mouth that he had bitten off of his own hand. The searchers found, I know, right? The searchers found the bodies of hiking leader Dyatlov and Zenaida Kolmogorova, one of the 2 female students on the hike, in a different location that suggested they were trying to head back to the tent. Later, searchers found the body of Rustem Slobodin, who also appeared to be trying to make his way back to the tent when he died. Next section, different causes of deaths. Why? All 5 students appear to have died from hypothermia, which can cause erratic behavior and paradoxical undressing, a phenomenon in which people start to undress because they feel hot even though they're freezing to death, but there were still 4 bodies missing. That May, when more of the snow in the area had melted, an indigenous Mansi hunter discovered the remains of what appeared to be a snow den. Inside, rescue workers found the bodies of Alexander Kolevatov, Nikolai Thibault-Brignol, sports instructor Semyon Zolotaryov, and Lyudmila Dubanina, the second female student on the trip. For 3 of these bodies, the cause of death didn't seem to be hypothermia. Thibault-Brignol had a skull fracture so severe there were pieces of bone in his brain, while Zolotaryov and Dubanina had crushed chests. Both Zolotaryov and Dubanina's eye sockets were empty, and Dubanina was missing her tongue. The initial investigation into the deaths couldn't determine that a crime had taken place and ended up concluding that the hikers had died from a, quote, compelling natural force. Oh my God. Okay, but then it gets weirder. Radiation detected on hikers' clothing. But some Russian citizens wondered if the Soviet government was covering something up. The discovery that some of the hikers' clothing contained traces of radiation fueled speculation that the hikers had died in some kind of weapons testing disaster. This radioactivity on the clothes could be explained by the fact that 2 years before, there had been a nuclear incident known as the Kishtim disaster. One of the hikers on the trip had lived in the contaminated zone, and another had helped with the cleanup. Despite this, many Russians continued to suspect that the government was hiding something. Theories about what have happened have included Yetis, the KGB, and the CIA. Now, I think as of around 2019, the Russian government reopened the incident, and a prosecutor, Andrei Kuryakov, put forth this, he was the leader in the investigation. He put forth a new theory called the slab avalanche theory. And this is, I think, the theory that, the serious scientists, that, reality TV shows have had on and, have been paid to test out this stuff, have built models that say this is plausible. So in this theory, the slope on which the hikers planted their tent wasn't steep enough to suggest there had been a traditional avalanche, but Kuryakov theorized that it was still possible for a slab of snow to slide out over the tent. This might have caused the hikers to fear that a larger avalanche was imminent, and it could explain why they would cut their way out of the tent and run away without grabbing their boots. Kuryakov speculated that the hikers ran to what they thought was a safe distance from the tent, then started a fire and dug a snow den. The snow den could have collapsed on the hikers who were inside, causing the severe injuries found on only the bodies in that area. Scavenging animals could have eaten the missing eyes and tongue. Those outside the tent would have died from the cold. So then slab avalanche theory is tested. After Kuryakov released this theory, two researchers in Switzerland decided to test it. In 2021, they published a paper in Communications, Earth and Environment that used a mathematical model to determine if a slab avalanche was possible given the location of the tent and the weather conditions at the time. They concluded that it was indeed possible. Whether it really happened that way is another matter. We do not claim that now we have a final explanation of what happened, says Professor Puzrin, who is a professor of geomechanics and geosystems engineering in Zurich. But we added plausibility to the avalanche theory. What they're describing as possible, says Ethan Green, director of the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. Is it likely? That's pretty hard to tell. Jim McElwain, a professor of geohazards at Durham University, points out that slab avalanches usually occur at steeper inclines than the one in the Dyatlov Pass incident. It's unlikely, but that doesn't stop it being the best explanation, he says. I don't know what else it could be. Oh, my God. So, interesting. And so the serious scientists are, everyone is content with this slab avalanche kind of hypothesis, but let me pull up here from BBC did a big like infographic kind of long kind of article about the lives of these hikers and other things. There was a local tribe called the Mansi. It was one of the hunters that found the first bodies, and I guess there were other people living in this region. There was actually once a network of prison camps in the general area, quote unquote gulags. There was a Ivdelag had 30,000 inmates and a reputation as, according to the BBC, one of the most atrocious and violent in the entire gulag system. Yet few tried to escape because of the remote location and harsh climate. Interesting. But what I really wanted to share in this is something near the end, which is, they recovered some photographs that the hikers, the expedition had taken while they were on the trip. And if you look at one of the last photos, I believe that was taken, let me see, it's a very long article. Here we go. They say, I'll just read a little more here. They're talking about some anomalies. There's a guy named Oleg who they're profiling in the story who is like looking into this stuff. After Ivanov's death, I don't know who that is, Oleg got access to the investigator's personal archive and discovered some curious details about the autopsies, including the fact that some of the students' clothing had traces of radiation. The makeshift morgue set up in the town of Ivdel, where the first 4 bodies were examined, was surrounded by security officers from the KGB rather than the police, and nobody was allowed in. Oleg mentions one more anomaly. A big barrel of alcohol was delivered before the autopsies, which he believes investigators used as a primitive form of protection against radiation. Small containers of alcohol were sometimes used to store fragments of organs, says Oleg. But this is a very large quantity, and the forensics team were given clear instructions to wipe themselves all over the alcohol, to rub it all over their naked bodies. Such measures never normally took place in those days. But if the military was testing new weapons and there was a radiation leak, why did it only affect those 9 students, and why wasn't the whole area contaminated? Oleg points out that it is a huge area geographically, and few would have been aware of fallout in such a remote wilderness. Secondly, at the time of the students' deaths, many animals and birds were found dead, and local people were suddenly banned from using water from wells. They had to bring in water from elsewhere. Valery, the Mansi forest warden, told me that reindeer herders were banned from the area and hunting was not allowed for 4 years after the incident. Something else makes Oleg suspicious. In the autopsy reports, it says that fragments of the internal organs of the first 5 bodies were sent for chemical analysis. He unearthed a signed document stating the organs had been successfully delivered and were stored in a fridge. But as soon as the results were known, some people came to the laboratory and took the samples away, along with the paperwork. I don't exclude the possibility that the problem fell from the sky, says Oleg, meaning there was an explosion. It's impossible to say whether it was a military rocket. But why did the young people leave their tent in such a hurry and cut their way out? Because they couldn't breathe, perhaps? Maybe they were affected by poisonous rocket fuel. There have also been conjectures about shock waves from a low-flying jet or a strange tornado-like wind which terrified the students and forced them to run semi-clad into the snow. Others believe that the violent injuries they suffered were caused by the Russian Yeti, an ape-like creature that towers above the average human. The evidence for this is one blurry photo taken by one of the students of what appears to be a supernaturally tall figure behind a tree. And hold on, I will share this for the chat here. See for yourself, folks.
I don't know if I would say it's necessarily supernaturally tall, like just looking at it. This could not be like
one of the hikers?
Yes.
They are wearing quite dark monochromatic clothing, I would say, almost if they had a body of fur.
Also, like, what would the context for this be? Like, okay, so let's say, because it seems like the Yeti attack scenario would be that, like, they were all hanging out in their tent, and then the Yeti just came, like, barreling toward their tent, like, rah! And they all, like, had to cut their way out of the tent, not wearing their warm clothes, and, like, run from the Yeti, and, like, walk me through like how the Yeti, like what would the Yeti have done, and like how, and where does this picture factor into it?
This is a good point. This is a good point.
Like, when did they take this? Like, was the Yeti like peacefully stalking them for like hours beforehand, and like what, like like what was going on? Like,
well, you bring up good points. So let's see. Like, first of all, well, let me think how to attack this. No, you're right. Like the fact, one of the disturbing anomalous things that doesn't make sense is they cut their way out of the tent and fled it as if something terrifying was in their tent suddenly. And that seems like that would not be where, a physical Yeti or even a phantasmagoric Yeti would be outside the tent. Maybe they heard such a blood-curdling Yeti scream that, like they... You know what I mean? Like that it compelled them to like run outside. But then, you think about a scream from outside, you're already in a sheltered.
It would have to be that
location.
The Yeti was like there, like he like was like at the tent, and like they didn't have time to like, he was like at the side that was open or whatever. Like
maybe the Yeti was approaching the
Yeti
zipper,
was on the upslope side. Yeah, exactly. And he was like shaking the tent, and they like that would have to be, I guess, what happened. I don't know when they would have taken that picture of the Yeti. I mean, maybe they stopped as they were running away because they were like, this is so amazing, we have to photograph this Yeti. But that seems like not like,
well, they could have had a sighting. This looks like unless this photo has been kind of like, it's like a negative or something. It looks kind of like a black and white daytime photo. Like it looks like it was taken in the daytime.
It's pretty close. Like, it seems... Yeah,
I guess the perspective, it's hard to tell that these look to be like trees.
I mean, also, like what's
down
going
a path a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it is strange that like it seems like, would they have been wearing like masks over their faces? Like it does seem like he kind of has like a black head.
That's
like
true. They could easily be a person wearing a ski mask, and like they're
was
in a
that
very
what
cold
they would have been
mountainous
wearing?
Region. I don't know. Has anybody answered the questions about like the apparel? Like, did somebody have apparel that could plausibly
He
match
does seem to
that?
have like a distinctly like different colored like shirt area.
I can see that. It's a little bit lighter. Like it's like he's wearing a jacket that's like a color.
He's overall very blurry.
He's very blurry. It's a little bit, now that I'm like looking at it in a certain type of way, if I imagine it's like further down the road, then like suddenly he does look gigantic.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
It depends on how long. It's a little bit like whited out a little bit.
Exactly. So. Yeah. I can see it too. Like if you imagine, like if you kind of change your perspective a little bit. Yeah.
I feel like the first things first, I gotta get to do some deep photo forensics on this photo. And like, I'm sure with like I'm sure if I just threw it into Photoshop, I could probably like tweak it in a way that would like make it seem more clear, like that would elucidate like what the figure is. But in this kind of black and white,
that this could be the Yeti.
Has anybody considered it? They seem to
really
blow past it.
This?
Yeah. The other thing I throw out
it because it seems so plausible. This is just one of the hikers, but has anyone done the deep photo forensics that we need to do?
I mean, did their snow igloo also, like the timing of this is weird. Like I get maybe that this all happened in the span, like you could die of hypothermia if you didn't have any of your shit, like no boots or anything else, and it was super cold. But like it also seems like what the first group of people just like walked like 50 feet from the tent and just like died immediately, like. and they died of hypothermia without being like horribly injured, and the other people were like bashed up and and had their eyes removed and blah blah blah, and like sure that could have been a
like
wolf
after
or
the
something.
fact. Yeah,
could have been, but also
and the
it's
other
like
guy like bit his knuckle. That would be like
okay,
he went delusional or something.
That's the thing. The guy who collapsed outside of the tent like bit a part of his hand off, and like I don't know, like it's like what's the time span of all this happening? Because like alternate theory, and this gets more into like malevolent psychic like Jinn influence, is somebody inside that tent went insane.
Yeah, that could be like
or
that.
Something like that. Something happened like inside the tent that made people want to like run away from somebody in the tent or something.
Just to recap, like while we're speculating here, like the official explanation is that they like did something like that, like they cut into like a slab. They cut deeply into a snowpack at right angles to the slope. They picked a spot where the mountain peak offered shelter from the strongest winds, but that like a snow slab that caused a snow slab to detach, and then that buried the tent.
Yeah,
and that pinned them and caused their injuries. And then they were afraid of the full scale avalanche, like you said, so that's why they cut their way out. But then they couldn't get back to their tent. The avalanche didn't happen. They fled. And then they tried to get back to the tent, and so they took shelter in the woods. And then, like, they couldn't survive in those conditions.
Well, I
guess.
I think that according to the official thing is that some of the people built like a snow igloo. Like the remaining, I guess, like 4 or 5 people who were left. Like built the ones who didn't die kind of like near the tent, and then the guy who bit his hand off was like one of the, I guess, earlier people to die, like who, would died of hypothermia. So then like the second group that has like the 2 women who had their eyes gouged out, they built like a little igloo or something, which indicates to me that they at least had like some time to like construct something. And then the hypothesis from like these researchers is that, well, maybe the igloo they built like collapsed on them, and that's why their chests are bashed in and the guy's like skull is like smashed. But also like if you build an igloo, like can that I imagine you might get buried and like suffocate, but like is the little igloo they built like big enough to like instantly kill them from what fought? Like how tall could it be? Like
this is what
5-6 feet.
Kuryakov, who I think you mentioned, this is what he said. So the 9 skiers retreated downhill, taking shelter under the cedar tree and building a fire. Because the young trees nearby were icy and wet, someone climbed the cedar to break branches higher up, hence the skin and scraps of clothing found on the trunk. The fire they built. It's funny to imagine like a different explanation where like a Yeti like smashed into the tree. Sorry, I maybe it's a bit too macabre, but a fire they built in these extreme conditions was not enough to save them. However, the 2 most poorly dressed of the group died first. The burned skin on their bodies came from their desperate efforts to seek warmth from the fire. This would suggest that the piece of flesh Krivanshchenko bit from his finger was the result of the delirium that overtakes someone who's dying of hypothermia, or perhaps from an attempt to test for sensation in a frostbitten hand. The surviving skiers cut off the clothes of their dead comrades, dressed themselves in the remnants. At some point, the group split up. 3 skiers, including Dyatlov, tried to return to the tent and soon froze to death as they struggled uphill. The other 4, who were better dressed, decided to build a snow den, like you said, and shelter in overnight. They needed deep snow, which they found in a ravine a couple hundred feet away. Unfortunately, the spot they picked lay above a stream. The stream, which never freezes, had hollowed out a deep, icy tunnel, and the group's digging caused its roof to collapse, throwing them onto the rocky stream bed and burying them in 10 to 15 feet of snow. Damn.
Okay, well, that is detailed.
And that, that is a detailed reconstruction of events, and it is a plausible narrative, but, and the radiation that was found on them, his explanation for that is that the mantles used in camp lanterns at the time contained small amounts of the radioactive element thorium.
Oh.
And also, the expedition took place less than 2 years after the world's 3rd worst nuclear accident, which occurred at the Mayak nuclear complex south of Sverdlovsk. in September 1957. Sorry, 1957. Yeah. A tank of radioactive waste exploded in a radioactive plume some 200 miles long, later named the East Urals radioactive trace, spread northward. Krivonchenko had worked at the facility and helped with the cleanup. And another skier came from a village in the contaminated zone. So that was his explanation for the radiation. I mean, yeah, I can't I quite poke holes in that. It kind of makes sense. I'm trying to think yeah, they were buried in snow, then they got out, what's yeah, I mean,
yeah,
but it also could have been a Yeti. I don't see any reason why it couldn't have been a Yeti. I don't see, other than that, Yetis don't if you're going to say Yetis don't exist, that would be the only because I could also come up with a Yeti explanation for that, possibly. Like we said, the Yeti came to the door of the tent, and they had to cut their way out, and then it just smashed 3 people.
Yeah.
And crushed them on the spot and ripped one guy's eye out.
And one guy was just so overwelve by Yeti terror that he bit off part of his own hand. Just
exactly. Yeah, he was
driven
terrified.
to insanity.
Exactly. It was fear.
Dogman level fear. It honestly, the behavior, if it was a Yeti, sounds more like Dogman behavior of he's coming to kill you, whereas the Yeti, it's hard to find a lot of evidence out there, or even apocryphal tales of the Yetis seem to Yetis and Bigfoot seem to kidnap, if anything.
Yeah, no, that's true. There's no sort that's kind of a horror movie that you might see, but not something that has ever happened, to human knowledge. There was that Teddy Roosevelt story.
There was,
where there's violence.
A lot of the Russians at the end of this BBC article kind of shoot down the idea that it's at the KGB, they covered it up, because they said, first of all, nobody can keep any secrets. One of the soldiers would have let it slip, before or gotten drunk and said something, and also the government kind of organized or allowed the organization of civilian search parties for them after they went missing.
Yeah.
And they said if it really was a weapons test, they would never allow that, they would have had the military do it.
There's a little bit of Dracularity because on the other side, there are the sort of accounts that it was American mercenaries, that it was some kind of CIA rendezvous was planned,
right? So
and they were killed by that's the sort of other side of the explanation.
Right.
Some are blaming the Russian government.
They do mention this. That Semyon Zolotaryov, who I think was the 38-year-old sports instructor who died, who was kind of unlike all of them were in their early 20s and were engineering kind of grad students. So he's the one kind of odd man out. And one of these people that Natalia Versagova, who's a Pravda journalist, her and her husband, they've been writing I guess stories about it for years. And she said, she lobbied successfully to get the body of Semyon Zolotaryov exhumed. He was the odd man out, the 38-year-old in the group who conspiracy theorists suspect of being an agent for the CIA or the KGB. Take your pick. So, So I don't know what the results for that. But then there's the last possibility. Could they have been murdered? This is the latest theory doing the rounds on Russian TV. I think this is written in 2019, maybe. In July, a program called Na Samom Dele, which means in truth, ran an hour-long special. Edward Tumanov, a forensic pathologist, told a shocked studio audience that one of the students was tied to a tree and tortured before his death. Wow. So I tried to look up that documentary. I was not able to find kind of any information about it. There is a dyatlovpass.com. I'm not sure what stance they take. There's just a theories controversy FAQ tab. Wow, there's so many there's more questions.
I think
about
I
the tent.
did not recently, but I think I did watch a documentary, the Discovery Channel documentary that was made about the Dyatlov Pass and how it was a killer Russian Yeti. And they had this one guy who would just continue. It was one of those things where it almost seemed like it was kind of like the people who were doing it were it was sort of tongue in cheek in a way, because there was this one guy. I mean, maybe he was sincere, but he just kept repeating like, "There's only one explanation: killer Russian Yeti." And like they played that. You know how these like because they always want to catch you up after the commercial break. They played that like 5 times. You know, like, but like I mean, this is a like a Dracula detail. The skiers had actually been joking about Yetis a few hours before they died.
Oh my God! How do we know that?
A spoof propaganda leaflet was found in the tent, alongside such items as greeting the 21st Congress with increased birth rate among hikers was the following: science. In recent years, there has been a heated debate about the existence of the Yeti. Latest evidence indicates the Yeti lives in the northern Urals near Mount Otorten. Still, the photograph, you know, this article says, though blurry, probably just a member of the group. Well, which member? If it's so clear, who is it? You know, why does he have no facial features? Explain. Yeah. But and they also, but apparently the very last photo was this strange. Did you see this? Like, it's a strange streak of light.
Oh yeah, I saw that on the controversy page.
Yeah, but apparently that is like typical of the end of film rolls. Yeah, according to this,
it's pretty normal. Article. Yeah, you get kind of like a washed out like final image, I guess. Yeah, frame 34. It says. I don't know why that this website, maybe on a different page, they discuss the photo of the figure, right? You know, they do point out that Zolotaryov like was found with his camera around his neck, and they said the camera was intact, even though his he had a beating to the head and a chest caused by 5 broken ribs and 2 fracture lines. The camera was intact. The more I know, the less it makes sense. All right, so this website is interested. Psychic photography, interesting. They actually bring up the kind of like, I think, Carillion photography that we talked about way back when. Wow, interesting. And they kind of tie it to these photographs are a clear indication of fallen angel higher level demonic involvement, several of which appear to capture a partial physical manifestation of a higher level shape-shifting demon. Yakomenko describes, this is a friend of the Dyatlov group, he describes some of the photos as having a small but very bright object, a bright little dot, which is typical of fallen angels and of higher level demons, and manifesting in orb form that people mistakenly refer to as aliens or UFOs. That's from author Cora Hull in Fallen Angels Exposed that they quote on this website. But there are, I don't know if these are pictures from his camera, from the guy who died, but these are like spooky, kind of like, spectral sort of images. Yeah, not really sure. I want to know about like the man, the man photo. But they seem to think it's a little bit weird. Anyways, yeah. So they, I don't know. It could be a Yeti.
Yeah,
could be a Yeti.
Could be a snow slab.
Photos.
Yeah.
Slobodin's camera. Yeah, who is the one who took the picture of?
Yeah, it's not. I guess these were. Yeah, whose film? I guess these were Koshne. Krivanshin. I keep getting his guy's name. Krivanashenko. Yeah, this guess his camera. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at other ones, like looking at kind of the focal length, and okay, there's people are skiing.
Oh, another thing I remember was that because there was damage to one of the hikers' hearts, her aorta was like smashed or something. There they had also internal damage, but there was no physical punctures or anything on the outside, which I guess would be consistent with them being crushed, by a distributed very heavy weight. Although it does kind of seem like the whole I'd say in that story, I mean, I guess it's very treacherous wilderness and everything, and there had just been an avalanche, but it does kind of and I guess they were disoriented and were panicking and so I guess it kind of does make sense, but it does sort of depend on 2 separate horrible snow collapses, but I guess it's not really too much of a stretch. It's probably less of a stretch than the Yeti attack, but I mean, but But yeah, like I remember in that Discovery Channel documentary, the fact that like one of their hearts like exploded. They said that was because it exploded from fear. Like she saw the Yeti and like her heart instantly exploded because she was so afraid of the Yeti.
Interesting. Wow.
Which,
yeah, another person driven to like madness by, there's something, it's like Lovecraftian that you could postulate in terms of like that they just like died of fear or something. Yeah. Also, Thibaut Brignol was the one who took the Yeti man pick.
Okay.
And the second, the pick right before it is a guy in a jacket and a hood, like bending over. They seem to be out kind of, and then it is a blurry, it's like out of focus, like the final pick. You can tell that like the tree in the foreground is kind of in focus and it's a little bit blurry. So it could be this guy, his friend of his, that is wearing this hood. He has a kind of a light, his jacket's a little bit lighter than his pants, I would say. And he has a hood around it. So yeah, that could be the caption on this website is, according to Discovery Channel, this is a photo of the Yeti, or Menk as some call it. A Menk or Menk as the Mansi call it. The local people there. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I don't know. It's certainly Dracula.
Yes, that's a story that is laden with Dracularity, and like no account of it will like put the speculation to rest. Like no matter, how like mundane of explanation they come up with, it'll still be picked apart. I'm sure like we're far from the first or the last podcast to discuss the Dyatlov Pass through any angle. But I guess there are a couple more things I have in the notes. Again, I don't know if we'll get them all, which I guess is good news for Bigfoot 3 whenever we do it. Right. But I did want to mention, like, I don't know if we mentioned this in Bigfoot 1, but Peter Matheson, who founded the Paris Review under the auspices of the CIA,
right,
was also really into Bigfoot, which I found to be he was really, really into Bigfoot. And like had like a whole collection of like Bigfoot books, and like intended before his death maybe to write a book about Bigfoot. Yeah, it comes up like in a lot of his work. He wrote about the Yeti in his book The Snow Leopard. And in fact he claimed to have seen it.
Wow.
But like he mentions it in like a couple of his, I didn't look them up, but I did read this this article called Peter Matheson's Bigfoot. He says he saw a dark shape, much too big for a red panda, too covert for a musk deer, too dark for a wolf or leopard, and much quicker than a bear. With binoculars, I stare for a long time at the mute boulder, feeling the presence of unknown life behind it, but all is still. There is only the sun and the morning mountainside, the pouring water. All day he mulls over the incident. Reason tells him that he probably glimpsed a musk deer, but it is hard to put away the thought of Yeti.
Wow.
Yeah.
You found the wild man within Peter Matheson's Bigfoot in Yale Review?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. They really, I mean, the sort of like the wealthy men who take the interest in Bigfoot is, I didn't quite appreciate. You have this like vision of, I think I was watching some Joe Rogan clip from like last year where somebody was trying to like pill him on Bigfoot interdimensional theory. And he's like, man, Bigfoot, like people believe in Bigfoot are just like, like the like white guys with no teeth who like can't fuck, that are like out in the woods, just like blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's a stereotype about like the Bigfoot believer. The Bigfoot It's Complicated book also like complicates this a little bit, but like between there are a few like really heavy hitters. I mean, we've discussed more today, but that were like funding Bigfoot research, right? Like Tom Slick was like the oil millionaire from Texas, right? And then you also had Robert Rines and Tom Page as well, who were like huge backers throughout the second half of the 20th century. And that I think that maybe it was Robert Rines, prominent Boston lawyer who there were a bunch of FBI files that were like declassified that people kind of celebrated like, oh, there's nothing about actually Bigfoot in there, like debunked. But Robert Rines is also very obsessed with Nessie, the Loch Ness monster.
Right. Uh-huh.
Right. And yeah, so he was actually more known for that. And I guess he was like a polymath who had more than 80 patents. He founded Franklin Pierce Law Center. That's Barbara Bush's ancestor. The first law school in New Hampshire. He taught patent law at Harvard and MIT, his alma mater. In his spare time, he composed music for Broadway and off-Broadway shows. He even won an Emmy, but the Loch Ness Monster was his obsession. Which I guess, yeah. He claims he saw it on a vacation to Scotland in 1972 through a telescope. He eyed a large, darkish hump with rough mottled skin like the back of an elephant, according to the New Yorker. So, yeah. So he, this is interesting. Yeah. He tried to lure Nessie to the surface with, quote, sexual stimulants, tape recordings of the mating and eating rituals of various fish and aquatic mammals dropped in the depths of her watery lair. Needless to say, Nessie resisted temptations. For later expeditions, Rines collaborated with MIT's famed Harold Doc Edgerton to attempt underwater photographs of the monster. Oh, yeah, he got involved with like mounting cameras on dolphins, but then he had to cancel it when one of them died. Like, I think but like, I forget if they looked up like the reason why it died. Like, I think they put it in Loch Ness
because it's like not the right habitat. Like, isn't Loch Ness like freshwater? Or no, it is saltwater. I really don't even. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure what happened. There's a long article.
Oh no, it is freshwater.
Okay,
yeah,
it is freshwater.
Probably like a sea dolphin shouldn't be in freshwater.
Probably not. Probably it's got like John C. Lilly. Yeah, this is okay. This is what he did. Another time,
maybe it was a river dolphin, but I don't know.
He trained 2 dolphins in Florida to carry cameras. He was constructing a saltwater pool. He planned to float in the loch that would allow the dolphin's skin to recover from the freshwater exposure when one of them died on a stopover at the Hull Aquarium. Rines believed the dolphin, who had never before been separated from its handler, had died of a, quote, broken heart. He was so upset that he shipped the other dolphin back to Florida and called off the scheme. Wow, he really was doing some
probably
like
because
Day
it's
of the Dolphin
and
shit.
Dolphins like should just not be in captivity at all. Like, it's
stop having dolphin slaves.
Yeah, it's just like really just beyond. Like, yeah, like cetaceans, like period, should just not be in captivity. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, if they're like rescued or something, but they shouldn't be like military intelligence slaves. Like, it's just wrong. But anyway, I got that animal sympathy. But anyway, so I guess maybe there's a couple of like shorter creepypastas that I not really, but like sort of like suggestive accounts that I cultivated in some of my reading. This is one that stuck out to me because this kind of connects to the rock apes situation. So this is about the Minnesota Iceman. Now, up to a point, this like just seems like complete bullshit, but it also like there's like a twist to it that like kind of makes it like a little bit like provocative. Okay, so this is from the book Other Origins: The Search for the Giant Ape in Sorry, I'm looking at the title. It takes like a while to load in my PDF. The Search for the Giant Ape in Human Prehistory. That's 3 authors, Russell Kiachan, John Olson, and Jamie James. So he writes about he had sort of traveled. And this book is kind of interesting because it talks a little bit about like the interest in human origins in South Asia. And in particular, like, he's doing work in Vietnam. I almost felt like this book, or the authors are, I almost felt like this book was like weirdly like kind of sympathetic to like multiple like human origin theories, like in kind of like a coded way, or at least like kind of the idea that like modern humans didn't like quite develop in Africa, but like later on in like South Asia, which was like kind of an idea that's like circulated for a while. It's a little bit of an old book. It seems like it was written in the 90s or something, but maybe earlier. I didn't check, but like so it kind of seems like I remember when I was in Myanmar, I remember going to a museum that was like about like the ethnology of Myanmar, and like they had a whole section about how like human life originated in Myanmar. But again, like I said, like at one time, like that was a theory that like had a lot of cachet to it because people were like, oh, well, you know, at least it's not Africa. But anyway, so this is what he says about his own closest brush with the myth of the great ape. So on our first visit to Vietnam in 1987, so I guess this is in the 90s, after giving a very general, straightforward account of his paleoanthropological work at a lecture at the Institute of Archaeology, Kyokin was quite startled when, in the question and answer period that followed, one of the Vietnamese scientists asked him about the infamous Iceman of Minnesota. We were astounded that news of the Iceman, one of the more bizarre episodes of American pseudoscience, had reached Vietnam. Yet as we discussed it with our colleagues in Hanoi, and in our readings on the subject after our return, we learned that the affair has a direct link with Vietnam. Our first awareness of the Iceman came, it must be confessed, from an article in Argosy, a trashy men's adventure magazine now defunct, and most of the rest of the literature on the subject comes from equally suspect sources. The gist of the story is as follows. In December 1968, two zoologists named Ivan Sanderson and Bernard Heuvelmans received a mysterious invitation to the farm of a carnival huckster named Frank Hansen near the town of Winona, Minnesota. Sanderson, an American, and Heuvelmans, who is Belgian, are well known as experts in the subject of cryptozoology, a word coined by Heuvelmans to embrace the whole study of quote-unquote hidden animals, species that are believed by some people to exist but are not known by a type specimen. Both men are trained scientists, known neither as overcredulous Bigfoot proponents nor as tough skeptics. They were summoned to the North Woods to view the body of a hairy, hominoid creature frozen in a block of ice, which had been exhibited with some success in the carnival circuit by Hansen. The two men spent several days examining the thing, which was encased in a solid block of ice in a refrigerated, coffin-like case. They took photographs and made drawings, and at the end of their extensive observations, they both concluded without reservation that the specimen was genuine. Of course, what it was, or purported to be, remains an unanswered question. Anatomically, the creature was anomalous. Its body was hairy and vaguely human, about 6 feet in height, with long limbs and very large extremities, and it had a simian face with a sloping forehead. Yet the important point is that both of these trained observers, after examining the thing at close range, were convinced that it had once been alive and was no hoax. Hansen told them that the creature belonged to a well-known multimillionaire living on the West Coast who had leased it to him. Hansen's story changed often, which cast a fishy pall over the affair from the beginning. First, he said that the creature had been found floating in a block of natural ice in the Sea of Okhotsk by Russian sealers. Later, the Iceman's discoverers became Japanese whalers. The following year, the Carney artist, quote-unquote, confessed in an article in an Argosy-like magazine called Saga that the Iceman was actually a native of the Minnesota woods, that he, Hansen, had shot the creature himself and made up the story about the Sea of Okhotsk for the carnival spiel in order to boost ticket sales. I mean, I don't know why that would give you more ticket sales, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Despite Hansen's shiftiness, Sanderson remained sufficiently convinced of the Iceman's authenticity to involve the Smithsonian Institution. He called John Napier, curator of the institution's primate collections, who I assume is the same John Napier, who was a member. Who later published a book about Bigfoot. So that is the same guy. And the Smithsonian agreed to take a look at the specimen. At this point, the story begins to unravel. When the Smithsonian got in on the act, Hansen suddenly announced that the anonymous millionaire owner of the thing had taken it back, and in its place, Hansen planned to exhibit a latex model of the Iceman he had made. Okay, so now the authors say something weird, because, obviously, when you hear that, you're thinking, okay, so he never had a real Iceman, and he just said, here's a latex model of it, but there always was only one Iceman all along.
The
and
latex
he was
model.
just saying, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the authors then say, it is clear from photographs of Hansen's new Iceman that it was not the same thing Heuvelmans and Sanderson had seen in 1968. I feel like that is, I don't know, maybe...
I will say it is possible that one could make a more hyper-realistic one and then deliberately make one that looks somewhat different to sort of Like,
I guess.
didn't they have photos of it, or are they going by their descriptions?
I want to know. Yeah, they do have. Well, I guess they're going off their descriptions. That's maybe the idea. Oh no, wait, they do. No, they do have Hoovelmans looking at it in a photograph. Yeah, so it does. There are photographs they can compare, and they say it looks different.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not just like the fact that like these. Because I was gonna say, like, if it's just based on the fact that these like serious scientists were convinced by this, is maybe like overstating the or like understating the credulity, like, you know, that like serious scientists are capable of. Like, you know, remember Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and the cotton leaf fairies and all that stuff. You know, like the cardboard cutout
totally
fairies.
Yeah,
like the Great Detective. But yeah. So anyway, like. So it's the same thing. Naturally, the Smithsonian withdrew its intention of having anything to do with so peculiar an enterprise. That gave rise to a number of conspiracy theories, including the persistent rumor that a real Bigfoot specimen had been found, but that the Smithsonian had masterminded its disappearance and discredited Frank Hansen because, so goes the theory, the scientific establishment would be embarrassed if the existence of such a creature became known. You know, the authors don't credit that idea at all, because if real scientists would be the first ones to be fascinated by such a major find. But I mean, what if they were threatened? What if it wasn't the scientific community that was pulling the strings?
Right.
You know,
well, what if somebody was sexually blackmailing the scientific community by taking them into an island, and, you know, like what's happening?
Yeah.
Like what happens
or
today?
what if they were just simply threatened? You know, like because. The Smithsonian is obviously like very much under the auspices of the U.S. government,
of course.
So they might not have had.
War.
Yeah, they might not have had the choice. You know.
Yeah, this is too high value of a discovery to just be like put out in public, and you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is like I remember talking to Bourne in the Discord about how like. You know, he was talking to some people in I think it was in Ghana. Excuse me if I'm wrong, but it was in Africa. Like I think in West Africa, and he was talking to some people about like jinn, and one guy had said like, you know, like someone shot a jinn back in World War II, but now it's not possible to like shoot jinn anymore. You know, but there are lots of stories about like, you know, people like shooting jinn, or like, you know, the physicality of jinn. But it is, yeah. So my question is, what did they find? But anyway, there's a little bit more that makes this kind of interesting. So the question remains though, what did Ivor Sanderson and Bernard Hoovelman see? Given the extremely shady circumstances, it is impossible to give the Iceman any credence to the scientific find. Yet it is nonetheless very hard to believe that two trained zoologists, whatever their expectations might have been, could be completely deceived by a fake. Again, that seems like, I don't know, but, you know. Now, what does all this have to do with Vietnam? Our colleagues at the Institute of Archaeology knew all about the Iceman because the Argosy story detailing the whole adventure had been translated into Vietnamese and published in a popular science journal there, a circumstance which will seem almost inexpressibly strange to anyone who knows anything about Vietnamese publishing. Furthermore, yet another theory of the Iceman's origin, one we were not aware of until our first visit to Hanoi, is that the creature was shot by an American soldier during the Vietnam War, and that its corpse was frozen and secretly shipped back to the States by the U.S. military intelligence.
Oh my God. This is like a Phoenix program, like a rock ape that was captured.
Yes, which hid it in a coffin disguised as a war casualty. That particularly colorful version seems to be known to many American veterans of the war. Since the publicity about our research into Gigantopithecus in Vietnam, we have received several letters from veterans who say that they were face-to-face with huge hairy apes in the Southeast Asian jungle when they were posted in Vietnam.
You know, the rock apes, giant of Kandahar, like, you know, folks, yeah, no, that's interesting. I did not see that coming, but that's a much more believable chain of custody than finding it floating in like a piece of ice. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's like too ridiculous. Like, how would you see that?
That sounds like the novel Frankenstein or something, you know? Yeah, like, or like what, like Captain America, like they find him frozen in a block of ice, and it's like he's a superhero from like what, yeah, like finding a person frozen in a block of ice. That's like some other things too, like what's it called? You know, that movie about a caveman. They find
Encino Man.
Yeah, I think so, right? They find him in a block of ice, right?
I think so. Somehow they bring him back to life. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very spooky. I want to know, who is this anonymous millionaire? I mean, assuming
Yeah.
maybe the anonymous millionaire is a construct, like a cutout for the intelligence community or the
Well, if it was
military.
shipped back to the U.S. by like, how did it change hands? Like, how did it come to be owned by like a carnival huckster? You know, like what's going on? Was
Well,
this like
sort
an
of, well,
Oswald style psyop on Ivan Sanderson and Bernard Hubelmann's?
to keep them hunting, because I mean, Sanderson is like definitely, I feel like, on the I want to believe side of the spectrum in terms of people. I mean, most of these people probably are,
Yeah,
but
honestly, like that's an interesting idea. Is that like, what if, they presented them with this like, real rock ape or something, like a really persuasive thing, and then had the guy switch it,
mhm.
like maybe they got pissed off at them about something, like maybe they did something that was like out of line, and then there was like a to humiliate them, like to like show them, or maybe it was like a Richard Doty style thing of like, like
Oh
how
yeah,
Richard, remember like in Mirage Man where he says he was shown the real gray,
right.
as like part of his like onboarding or whatever, like
Yeah.
yeah,
They actually do exist. His job is to misdirect you,
yeah.
and so you like also like,
It's crazy how people in the UFO community like still like listen to Richard Doty, and they're like, he paid his debt to society, like whatever, like what, like, but
did
yeah,
he like did he go to jail for
or like I
psyoping
don't know,
that
he like
guy?
confessed and like said so. I don't know what
Right, he
people
did
say, but like they
self-crit.
still fucking listen to him.
That's crazy.
Um,
That's crazy. Well,
but
that
yeah,
this could all be a way to maintain calculated ambiguity around the entire subject,
it's true.
especially
Yeah,
during the Cold War. Like, I mean, some of these guys did have connections with like Russian scientists who were also looking into this, but I'm sure there was a lot of curiosity about like, you know, ooh, did the U.S. want the Soviets to think that we'd found a real rock ape and we were hiding it from them? And,
well,
like,
when you talk about, so this actually like reminds me of a question we got like from our Q&A, like the Collins elite. When you
right.
get to like the idea of like the Collins elite, and like I guess the Collins elite is just like, anyone in the government who like is kind of like slightly like a little bit into UFOs, or like knowledgeable about them, or like has a sense of it as an issue, and like is like or like believes like that they are like demonic or like an evil spiritual force that like shouldn't be
Right.
meddled with.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of an umbrella term for that. But I feel like almost in a way like that, like, you know, really like it's funny, but I almost feel like there is more like government intrigue around like Sasquatch, like in terms of like Jinn packs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's more like, and like the U.S. government's like interaction with Jinn, like in a way, like the Sasquatch is like the area that you want to look into, because there's almost like more there, and you could almost imagine like with all like the race science, like eugenic like stuff, and like the way that like feeds into like the management of like, like human beliefs and like religious ideas and stuff like that. Like that's almost like, and when you look at like things like, again, like we can like the effectiveness of things like the Aswang psyop and stuff like that, obviously you do have Richard Doty and like Mirage Men, but like there's a lot of like monster like Sasquatch type of psyops as well, like it's
Yeah.
yeah,
Or
like
going back to that Skinwalker Ranch, that episode
yeah,
we did
exactly.
about that, and
Most
it's like
of that
it's all
is
about
like
Dogman.
Dogman.
It's
Yeah.
all about Dogman.
Like most of that is cryptid stuff and not like UFO stuff.
It's exactly
Um,
the opposite of what you would expect the
yeah.
government to be kind of interested in more. You would think like, oh, the scary flying technology seems like a pertinent national security thing. Bigfoot, like interesting, but like not as much. But then like there's actually quite a bit of investment in like, I mean, that's why I think the Jinn theory framework is useful, because then it's kind of all maybe this is the way that actually the sort of I don't know, the intelligence community, military, deep state that investigates these kind of things for real, because we know to some extent they do, like perhaps they are already looking at it this way, as like not a separation between UFO,
Oh yeah.
Dogman, Bigfoot, quote unquote demons. Like you can totally look, like you don't need the kind of evangelical dominionist framework that the Collins elite have to sort of look at the UFOs. And when you have when you're armed with Jinn theory, you don't have to like accept that they're like the beasts of Revelation or something like that, but just that they're like spiritual in nature, like interdimensional in nature.
Well, the key aspect
and
of Jinn theory is basically the difference between, like, in Christianity, you have like demons and angels. Like, I mean, you do have like some like
it's polarized,
slightly heterodox, like, you know, like Irish Christianity. Like, there's often like, you know, the fairies like didn't take a side or whatever, you know, like so you have like kind of in between beings. But the thing about Jinn theory is that like like they are like not like necessarily like good, like, you know, they are like brothers in a way to human beings. They have a similar like creation. And they also have like, you know, sentience, like they have like free will, you know, and they have like, they can be like good jinn, they can follow any religion, you know, they can be like deceptive as well. And you like, if you think about them too much and interact with them too much, and like you start to go crazy, which is one thing that like, you know, definitely unites a lot of people who are into the subject. But like, I mean, and like now I almost feel like, you know, you have to be like you have to be wary around Jinn theory, because when we started this podcast, I've said this before, but when we started this podcast, it really is true that Jinn theory was like still kind of like, you know, on the fringes, you know, like it was like not, you know, but now you have like kind of at least a version of it. Like a version, like, you know, like when like Nick Redfern or whatever wrote that book about the Collins elite, quote unquote. Yeah. Like it was like a secret, like the idea that like the explanation of the UFO phenomenon as being demonic or spiritual, that was like, you know, whoa, mind blowing or whatever. Exactly. Yeah, like, or like, you know, this crazy new twist or spin on it. But now like you have like literally like, you know, the biggest, like, who was at one time the biggest cable news host, like in history,
Tucker,
like, or in the country, like demonic. Promoting this idea, like, so, you know, one has to be wary of how like this idea also is like now like being like brought out and like managed, you know, because I'm personally subscribed to, I mean, Tucker's take on it, like demonic, is like not the same as my as the more nuanced Jinn theory take. However, like, you know, even though I'm a proponent of Jinn theory, I still like have to be like on my toes, because now I see like that, like my take on it is that like they knew they couldn't suppress Jinn theory forever. Like the people were waking up, folks, and they knew they had to like they get control and like seize the Jinn narrative. So now they're trying to like, you know, bring it into this direction, and that's exactly what they were trying to do with the Iceman. But so
they always want to stay out ahead of it. And have control over, you know, but you know, some things, some ideas, like their time will, you know, come. I guess like Jacques Vallée and others were kind of like flirting with the idea of Jinn theory in a way with UFOs, like
he definitely was
hyperdimensional.
He definitely was more than flirting. I would say that like he like didn't. I mean, he didn't have like the like Islamic epistemological grounding. Although he did have like some in his books, like he mentioned like Islamic occasionalism at one point. So he kind of like had like, insofar as he was knowledgeable about it. I mean, the fact is that like it's like anything about Islam is not considered generalizable knowledge, like in like the US or like in Europe at all. And like knowledge of it is like very fringe, and almost every single like culture, and like I'd say almost every single like in terms of like anthropology, or like especially like, you know, like think about like Peter Matheson, Zen Buddhist, you know, like it really goes back to the Cold War situation where like the like all that and the sort of sus 60s where all that like spiritual energy was directed toward particular places, to India, to like Japan, to Tibet. You know, right? It was not like directed towards like Sufism. Like you do have like some spiritual 60s seekers like who are sus in their own right, like Abdul Qadir Sufi, like Ian Dallas, people like that,
Maher
who did like
Baba
get into that stuff.
Called themselves Sufi, but like not really.
Well, you know, like there's a little bit of like you know, porosity, especially like in like subcontinental religion. But like anyway, like like it's generally like not known about. So I feel like there needs like if people like who are into the paranormal or whatever, like get grounded in Jinn theory, like from an actual like Islamic perspective, then like there's so much clarity that it brings. However, that being said, like one thing I genuinely want to say is that like I think that the point you made earlier about how like there is like and I think this is actually something that Jacques Vallée like appreciated as well, like it's the element of deception. Like he like understood there was like an element of human deception and possibly an element like of non-human deception. Yeah. And like one story that I came across in my reading was from Sir John Froissart's Chronicles of England, France, Spain, and Portugal. This guy died like circa 1410, and he has this account of like an event that happened. Talk about like this sort of like to kind of bring it back around to the Catholic Yeti ritual. This takes place in the court of Charles VI, King of France, and so he writes about this. Of the adventure of a dance this is an English translation that was done by John Bouchier Berners, Lord John Bouchier Berners in the 16th century, I think, or maybe the mid 15th. Doesn't just says his lifespan. But so it fortuned. This is an adventure of a dance that was made at Paris in the likeness of wood woses. So those are like wild men. Okay. That's what a wood woses is. It has a footnote which clarifies savages. But these are like kind of like hairy men, wherein the French king was in peril of death. It fortuned that soon after the retaining of this foresaid knight, a marriage was made in the king's house between the young knight of Vermandois and one of the queen's gentlewomen. And because they were both of the king's house, the king's uncles, I'm reading this in this voice because it's like written in this, Middle English orthography here. Their uncles and other lords, ladies, and damoiselles made a great triumph. There was the Dukes of Orleans, Berry, and Bourgogne, and their boys dancing and making great joy. The king made a great supper to the lords and ladies, and the queen kept her estate, desiring every man to be merry. There was a squire of Normandy called Hogriman of Jensey. He advised to make some pastime. You can really see, like, in the way they wrote it, like how they spoke, like back then. The day of the marriage, which was on a Tuesday before Candlemas, he provided for a mummery against night. He doised, I don't know what doised, he died, maybe. 6 coats made of linen cloth, covered with pitch, and thereon flax like hair, and had them ready in a chamber. The king put on one of them, and so they all basically
dressed up as
like
Bigfoot.
Yeah, they dressed up as Bigfoot. The son of the Lord Nanthroliet had on the 6th, and the squire himself had on the 5th, and the squire himself had on the 6th. I got confused because the way they write the S's, like F's. And when they were thus arrayed in these said clothes, and sewed fast in them, they seemed like wild woodwoses, full of hair from the top of the head to the sole of the foot. This pleased well. I guess this is device. This device, sorry. Okay. This device pleased well the French king, and was well content with the squire for it. They were apparelled in these coats secretly in a chamber that no man knew thereof, but such as helped them. When Sir Juan of Foix had well advised these coits, he said to the king, "Sir, command straightly that no man approach here, but with any approach near us with any torches of fire. For if the fire fasten in any of these coats, we shall all be burnt without remedy." Burnt is spelled Brent. The king answered and said, "Jan, ye speak well and wisely. It shall be done as ye hast devised." And incontinent sent for an usher of his chamber, commanding him to go into the chamber where the ladies danced, and to command all the varlets, or the valets, holding torches to stand up by the walls, and none of them to approach near to the woodwoses that should come thither to dance. The usher did the king's commandment, which was fulfilled. Soon after, the Duke of Orleans entered the hall, accompanied by the 4 knights and 6 torches, and knew nothing of the king's commandment for the torches, nor of the mummery that was coming thither, but thought to behold the dancing, and began himself to dance. Therewith the king, with the 5 other, came in, and they were so disguised in flax that no man knew them. 5 of them were fastened to one another. The king was loose, and went before and led the device. what they entered into when they entered the hall, every man took so great heed to them that they forgot the torches. The king departed from his company and went to the ladies to sport with them, and as youth required, and so passed by the queen and came to the Duchess of Berry, who took and held him by the arm to know what he was. But the king would not show his name. Then the Duchess said, "Ye shall not escape me till I know your name." In this mean season great mischief fell on the other, and by reason of the Duke of Orleans, howbeit it was by ignorance and against his will, for if he had considered before the mischief that fell, he would not have done as he did for all the good in the world. He was so desirous to know what personages the five were that danced, he put one of the torches that his servants held so near, servants, that's spelled very weirdly, that the heat of the fire entered into the flax, wherein if fire take there is no remedy, and suddenly was on a bright flame, so each of them set fire on other. The pitch was so fastened to the linen cloth that their shirts so dry and fine, and so joining to their fleece, that they began to burn and to cry for help. None durst come near them. They that did burnt their hands by reason of the heat of the pitch. One of them, called Nanthorliot, advised him how the boat tree was thereby, and fled thither, and cast himself into a vessel full of water, wherein they rinsed pots, which saved him, or else he had been deed as the other were. Yet he was sore hurt with the fire. When the queen heard the cry they made, she doted on her of the king, for which she knew well that he should be one of the six, wherewith she fell in a swoon, and the knights and ladies came and comforted her. A swoon. She fell in a swoon. Spelled sown. S-O-W-N-E. A piteous noise there was in the hall. The Duchess of Berry delivered the king from that peril, for she did cast over him the train of her gown, and covered him from the fire. The king would have gone from her. "Whither will ye go?" quod she. "Ye see well how your company burns. What are ye?" "I am the king," quoth he. "Haste you," quoth she, "and get you into other apparel, that the queen may see you, for she is in great fear of you." Fear for you, we would say now. Yeah. Therewith the king departed out of the hall, and in haste changed his apparel, and came to the queen. And the Duchess of Berry had somewhat comforted her, and had showed her how she should see the king shortly. Therewith the king came to the queen. The bastard of Foyes, who was all on fire, cried ever with a loud voice, "Save the king, save the king." Thus was the king saved. It was happy for him that he went from his company, or else he had been dead without remedy. This great mischief fell thus about midnight in the hall of St. Paul in Paris, where there was two brent to death in the place, and the other two, the bastard of Foyes and the Earl of Joy, borne to their lodgings, and died within 2 days after in great misery and pain. Thus the feast of this marriage break up in heaviness. However, all the user, it's hard. Howbeit there was no remedy. The fault was only in the Duke of Orleans, and yet he thought none Yule when he brought down the torch. Then the Duke said, "Sirs, let every man know there is no man to blame for this cause, all only myself. I am sorry thereof. If I had thought as much before, it should not have happened." Blah, 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 blah. So anyway, a bunch of
so just to recap, the King of France and some knights dress up as Bigfoot to do a funny wedding prank for these people getting married. Is the Duke getting married? And then
a knight and one of his queen's gentle women.
Right. And then due to some tragic miscommunications, there are torches allowed, and 4 out of the 6 people burned to death.
2 burned to death immediately in their Bigfoot costumes. The other 2 were burned horribly and died later in great misery and pain.
And the king and one other guy ran away, and then one guy
jumped into
a
vessel of water. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
as soon as he started saying that,
someone threw her garment over him because he was separated from the others. Yeah,
right. As soon as you said the king gave an order to not have torches, and then there was but there were torches. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ! This is about to be the darkest shit. And wow, it was.
Yeah.
Wow, that's what happens when you try to be big.
Yeah. But
oh my god.
Yeah, they've yes, yeah.
They try to channel those powerful forces, and something something punished them. It almost
it
feels
shows like the endless appeal of woodwoses for all sorts of mummeries and ritualistic events. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you know, yeah, you could definitely come up with many explanations for that, you know.
a lot of
like some
Dracularity.
metaphysical, you know,
Dracularité.
Yeah, Dracularité. Yeah, with an accent. Yeah.
Oui.
Accent aigu. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good place to end it, I guess, for now.
Yeah.
For Bigfoot 2. Like, hard to top that. Ritual monarch Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But immolation, sacrifice. Like, I don't know. Wow.
Yeah. I found some other like, you know, Bigfoot like cover up like anecdotes, but honestly, like, you know, I'm always digging for the best like little Bigfoot stories, but some of them, you know, I don't mind leaving them for Bigfoot 3. Yeah.
Right. We'll be back. We'll be back, and you know, I might make another cryptid next, but we'll see.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, we started kind of looping around, but there are a couple of cryptids. Like, I do want to do sea serpents too, you know, like I'm itching to do that one because I remember we had some good stuff that was left out of that. But, you know, there are a couple we left off, like Chupacabra. We never did that.
Honestly, I'm almost feeling ready for giants too. That was our first cryptid episode.
Yeah,
and,
that was our very first one.
Like a lot of this
insofar
stuff,
as giants are cryptids, I feel like that's like, you know, kind of.
I mean, people, there's rumors about them, but people don't like see them. And it's
not like giant sighting. Well,
but then, you know, like if
there's a giant
Bigfoot's
of
like
Kandahar, that's the only one I can think of. Yeah,
but even like an 8-foot tall Bigfoot, like, you know, the line gets a little blurry.
They're more or less
between
giants.
Nephilim,
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
you know.
for sure. Yeah.
So we'll see. Could be any of those. Yeah, Chupacabra and its Puerto Rican origins could be very
that's true. Yeah,
you know, it's like you don't see too many island cryptids.
It has like a Latinx brand identity, you know, which is kind of unique.
No, it's relatively like recent too, right?
Yeah, fairly recent for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of got
we never did like big birds. I remember that being one, like, you know, like Thunderbirds. I remember that being one that like would always show up on your cryptid like TV shows, like In Search of and stuff like that. They'd always like do an episode on big birds.
Yeah.
But I feel like, is that like an episode? I mean, we did big cats.
I mean, like, well,
so I feel like we can make anything work if we made British big cats work.
If we start going down into Central and South America and we get into like, you know, the realm of like the gods there having like bird heads and like butterfly wings, you know, like Quetzalcoatl and, you know, they're feathered serpents with like bird heads. I just have to warn any British person, like if you go to the ancient lost city of Teotihuacan, outside of Mexico City, honestly, it would be very fascinating to do like an anthropological dive, because like there's such a prominent civilization that is so mysterious that like we're still like don't really understand.
We really should do an episode about like that. Yeah, for sure.
Like honestly, that civilization shit, like in, you know, Mesoamerica goes so fucking deep, and like there's so many things. But
I found this amazing book that I feel like no one knows about. It's called Aztec Antichrist. It's like this dude found in a library in New York a bunch of like Nahuatl plays that were written by like a Christian, you know, that was it's kind of about like, you know, the Antichrist like comes and is trying to revive like the old Aztec religion. It's like really interesting, and like they're like these crazy like Nahuatl texts he just happened to discover, and they're like one of the best like records of like actual Aztec beliefs. Like it's really interesting, but
there's definitely layers to it. I was just gonna say though, if you go to Teotihuacan and you are a British person, just like be careful, because it's a very big cat experience. You know, there's big scary murals of jaguars and pumas on the wall, and like there's the thing, I wish I'd bought one, but like there's like a tourist little like horn that a lot of people are selling like in, you know, really all around like touristy spots around, you know, Mexico, but it's like the sound of like a jaguar. So like you'll just be walking and then you just hear like like this like scary like loud like cat sound, like and it's just like you blow into it and it makes this scary cat sound. And then when I was going down the pyramid, I had this thought of like, yeah, British people would be so scared. And then I saw like a British girl like terrified on the steps. She's like, I can't do it. I'm like, oh, she's got one shot. She got one shot of the big cats. It's like this is overwhelming. Like too much like big cat symbolism and like jaguar sounds everywhere. Like as a central part of the civilization. But yeah, just be warned. They're just cats but bigger. It's not that, not a big deal. But yeah, a lot of deep history shit we can get into.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but I think we'll close off there. Thanks for watching live, everybody.
Yeah.
We're gonna start doing this more regularly.
Yeah,
today.
I think we'll do this. Yeah.
We'll had slight technical difficulties today, but I think now I know how it works.
We'll presumably surmount them in the future. Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll be back.
So
I guess next week. Yeah.
Exactly. So we will next week. Until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
Think for yourself and question authorities. Question authorities. Question authorities. It is my job to corrupt young people with the contagious, infectious idea of individual freedom. Chaos. Chaos engineering. Chaos. Wow. Think for yourself and question authorities. It was the CIA and the military that brought LSD to America. They thought they would wonder a way to fuck people's heads up. Question authorities. You're equipped with 100 billion neuron brain. It's wired and fired and it's a reality generating device. But you've got to do it. Free yourself. But you've got to do it. I have probably explored my brain. Navigated psychedelics to cybernetics. My brain has been inundated. My brain's been through a lot. My brain's been through a lot. Wow. individual with electrons in his hand can bring down an empire. Go for it all.